I'm Rich Thomason. Positive and productive, that's how the U.S. and Israel described President Trump's White House meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Meanwhile, seems as if things are heating up again in the Mideast.
President Trump announced at the weekend that he was calling off a nearly 2-week American bombing campaign that had seen nightly strikes by the U.S. on Iran in order to make way for negotiations. But a statement from U.S. Central Command said that since Sunday, what it called terrorists aligned to Iran had mounted more than 24 drone attacks against U.S. and Saudi targets from bases in eastern Iraq. U.S. and Saudi fighter jets struck multiple targets near the Iran-Iraq border and elsewhere in Iraq as part of what it called a strong response.
The BBC's David Willis. Jordan's military says its air defense has intercepted 5 Iranian missiles early today. Dr. Anthony Fauci due to testify today before a Senate panel. His appearance comes on the heels of shocking revelations culled from his diary about COVID-19, its origins, and his role during the pandemic's darkest days.
The content of the entries reveal Fauci was absolutely obsessed with his newfound fame while the coronavirus spread and Americans were locked down, many sick and some dying. Fauci writes, "The situation with my national and international fame is explosive and really unimaginable," adding that he may be the most famous and talked about person in the country.
Correspondent Laura Winters. It was party line vote, the Senate confirming Jay Clayton as a new National Intelligence Director. Japan's earthquake death toll has risen. It's now up to at least 18. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures down 28 points. NASDAQ futures 122 points higher. The S&P futures are up 24. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
A federal judge has temporarily blocked Minnesota's law banning prediction markets.
The decision marks a clash between President Trump's administration and the states over regulation. U.S. District Judge Catherine Menendez found that the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission, along with prediction platforms Kalshi and Polymarket, are likely to succeed in their challenge to the law. They all argue that federal law gives the CFTC exclusive jurisdiction. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison disagrees. He insists prediction markets amount to gambling, and he plans to defend the state's law. Bob Agnew reporting.
Russia's primary domestic security agency says founder of the messaging app Telegram has been charged with aiding terrorism. It's been placed on an international wanted list. The Federal Security Service says Telegram failed to remove channels, bots, and activity that's actively used by Ukrainian intelligence agencies and terrorist organizations. News and analysis, townhall.com. Perhaps this sharpshooter should consider another line of work.
A performer has been shot in the neck with an arrow during a circus in upstate New York. Authorities say it happened during a crossbow sharpshooting demonstration when one performer, apparently not much of a sharpshooter, hit another in the neck as he held up a foam target. Now, there's no word if the guy's neck actually looked like a foam target. Still, he was taken to a hospital and had the wound stitched up. Jason Walker reporting.
The ex-husband of a Massachusetts woman will return to the stand in her murder trial. Patrick Clancy will testify about the day his now former wife killed their 3 children. He had previously testified about Lindsay Clancy's deteriorating mental state in the months before the murders. The oldest of the young victims was 5 years of age. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Well, happy Wednesday morning, everybody. Hump Day. What a Wednesday this ought to be up on Capitol Hill. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobbs. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be 87 degrees, a low this evening of 65. Right now, the temperature in the River City, 68 degrees. Doubleheader for the Squirrels today, as last night's game in Somerset was postponed due to inclement weather. Moving on to D.C., a high today in the nation's capital of 87. We'll see if it feels warmer for Anthony Fauci. Low tonight of 70. Right now, temperature also 70. Nats top the Blue Jays 8-6. First pitch for the two teams today at 1:05 p.m. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high of 92. A low tonight of 71. Right now, the temperature is 75 degrees in Georgia. Braves at Mets today, 1:10 p.m. first pitch. Nashville, also a high today of 92, a low of 68 tonight. Right now, the temperature already 77 degrees in Middle Tennessee. Philadelphia, you're looking at a high today of 84 with spotty storms, a low tonight of 69 with spotty showers. Right now, the temperature in eastern Pennsylvania also 69 degrees. Phils fall to the Marlins in a barn burner, 1-0. 12:10 p.m. first pitch for the two teams today. Morgantown, shout out to all Yins, high today of 78, a low of 56. I like that. Right now, the temperature in Almost Heaven, West Virginia, 68 degrees. And last but certainly not least, my Yinzers in the 412, a high today of 79, a low of 59. Right now, the temperature in the Steel City, 68 degrees. D-backs get their revenge last night, down my Buccos 8-7. First pitch, 12:35 for the two teams in the rubber match today. Kyle Shanahan speaks to the media following a devastating car crash 2 weeks ago, accepts blame for what happened, and Justin Herbert is engaged to singer Madison Beer. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a few words to the wise. And okay, folks, since Anthony Fauci is headed to testify in Congress today, I've decided to call an audible instead of commence with regularly scheduled programming, so to speak. What I want to do this morning is read something that I wrote in early April of 2020 as a result of the great pandemic. This writing was actually a postscript, an epilogue for another much larger writing venture from years before 2020 even, that being a treatise about the concept of political freedom. Several weeks into the pandemic, I suddenly knew that I had more to write. So without further ado, some time ago when composing this treatise, I knew, as I wrote then, that I couldn't possibly address each and every political problem that might arise in societies around the world. Like the men who drafted the U.S. Constitution, I was creating a document primarily about principles, not particulars. My aim was to make my ultimate principle especially clear, so that after reading this, someone could glean what the appropriate policy would be in response to any particular social phenomena. Then the great pandemic of 2020 happened. In response thereto, the voices across our political spectrum seemingly were all off-key. Coronavirus managed to fluster even the most reliable among commentators, who hence succumbed to faulty philosophic premises. Naturally, these pundits' conclusions proved to be faulty as well. Given the dearth, or at least near dearth, of incisive observation about government's proper role amid a pandemic, I suddenly feared that I needed to emphasize the quintessential principle of this document even more than I initially did. Ergo, the present epilogue. Regarding our current predicament, people have basically debated not if government should be able to control private businesses and the average individual, but instead the extent to which government has the quote-unquote right to do so. More than a few have argued for total lockdowns and mandatory sheltering in place. Some, meanwhile, have argued that government should quote-unquote allow businesses that are quote-unquote essential to operate and individuals who are quote-unquote essential employees to leave their homes for work. Others still have argued that so long as individuals practice social distancing, government should permit them and businesses to go about their business. What I'm here to insist is that none of this is any of government's business. Even in the face of a pandemic, government has no right to tell people what to do with their own lives and livelihood. Although government, of course, may forbid and police trespasses, it should at all times respect individual self-determination. This includes the true right that civil, consenting adults have to engage with one another as they see fit. While individuals do indeed have the right to live their lives to their own detriment, relatively few ignorantly, willfully do. Because an overwhelming majority of people actually care about their own well-being, they generally try to make life-preserving and affirming choices. Recall, for instance, that when America's Centers for Disease Control issued recommendations for social interaction, individuals and businesses in the United States voluntarily began to abide by the measures, well before government officials started to demand compliance. I have thoughts of my own about whether social distancing makes sense under the present circumstances, but that's irrelevant for this writing. Pandemics and epidemics are nothing new. They existed before George Washington, James Madison, Ben Franklin, Alexander Hamilton and company drafted the aforementioned U.S. Constitution. For it, nonetheless, these men did not incorporate an escape clause for natural disasters and such. Why not? Because America's framers understood that that solution, quote unquote, would be worse than any potential problem she might encounter. They knew that mankind's greatest killer, by far, wasn't some virus or volcano, but rather oppressive government. That hasn't changed in 250 years, and it isn't apt to change anytime soon. To paraphrase the tagline for the futuristic 1981 sci-fi film Outland, the ultimate enemy is still despotic man. Okay, so what I'm about to say isn't in this April 2020 writing, primarily because it hadn't become a talking point at that juncture, but this is something that needs to be said and hasn't been, basically. I actually agree with Anthony Fauci and others who began to say that we should follow science. Indeed, we should. So let's examine it. Dr. Fauci et al., you are doctors of internal medicine, whose at least purported expertise pertains to phenomena within people. I, on the other hand, am a political scientist and doctor of law, whose field of knowledge is the space between people. Accordingly, what science says, Dr. Fauci, is that you should have stayed in your bleepin' lane. You were no more qualified to make social policy than I am to rearrange somebody else's guts. If only you had actually followed the applicable science, we wouldn't be where we are today, with many, myself included, lastingly harmed thanks to your arrogant presumptuousness and overreach. So reflecting on all of this, the key message here is that individual rights are sacrosanct. To reiterate, if some policy would result in unprovoked undue force that deprives individuals, adult individuals, of control over their lives and livelihood, that policy is not okay. Ever. Ever. We'll get back on track with other things tomorrow, but in the meantime, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everybody.
10 years since Philando Castile was pulled over near the Minnesota State Fairgrounds for a broken taillight, since the officer instigating the stop was forced to shoot him for not complying with his orders and being suspected of grabbing for a gun. 10 years since the Minnesota governor encouraged anyone offended to protest in the streets, shutting down interstates, creating a nationwide outrage. Thus, 10 years since liberal politicians blamed not only the cops' quick trigger, but also the laws responsible for the stop in the first place. Pretextual traffic stops were put under the microscope as they accused the officer, Geronimo Yanez, of racially profiling Castile, as a possible suspect in a robbery. Thus, no longer allowed as a reason for cops to pull someone over, expired license tabs, no license plate light, loud muffler, things hanging from the rearview mirror, or a cracked windshield obstructing view of the roadway, and windows tinted too dark. All explicitly deemed non-public safety threats. In response, the Ramsey County Deputies Federation said to unilaterally decriminalize illegal activity discovered pursuant to a legal traffic stop sends a strong signal to those engaged in criminal activity that they can do so with impunity, close quote. At which point, Captain Obvious swooped in and was thanked. But this ushered in a whole new way of addressing crime. Thinking outside the box, what if Nixon had these same lawyers and lawmakers on his side in 1972? Like, we know you broke a bunch of laws, but it's not like that's a crime. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com. Code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network. It's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who loves the smell of napalm in the morning, John Fredericks.
Well, there's nothing than being better with you all at 6 in the morning. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Hey, we got a lot of announcements coming out. You need to subscribe to our newsletter, which is free. You get it every day. Follow up what we're doing. And I don't inundate your email with a lot of nonsense, right? I just don't do that. But you just got to go to johnfredericksradio.com, johnfredericksradio.com, and you are good to go right there. You're going to be able to get our newsletter. Just sign up. We'd appreciate it. Just filed for another office, running for commissioner in my commission in my ward in Washington, D.C. So that's going to be coming up. And, you just got to continue to run for things and grow. I'm Ward 2 chairman now. I'm running for a commission, which is on the November ballot, trying to get the signatures now. Hopefully we'll get those done over the weekend. And then we'll be on the ballot in November. And for a local office, advisory neighborhood commission in Washington, D.C. This is an elected position, Dan. And basically now I get right down to the neighborhood level. And look, I cannot ask everybody to get involved with Precinct 2.0 and get involved with their local precincts like everybody's doing all over the country. And then I'm too good for it. I just can't do that. So I'm doing the same thing, Ward 2 chairman right now. Now I'm running for Advisory Neighborhood Commission. That's an ANC position here in Washington, D.C. And we'll get that up pretty soon, get an opportunity for people to donate. The maximum donation, Dan, get this, even you can do this, is $25. That's the maximum donation. So I am right down to the grassroots level, and I'm going to clean up the city, and my pledge is in my neighborhood to get rid of the rats. Sammy's going into retirement. We brought him down to the whatever that is, the courtyard the other day, and he has gotten 2 of the rats, but he's getting a little old now, so, and I don't want to keep taking him to the vet, spend $150 for rabies shots, but he was prowling around there. He hasn't seen any because, he gets the odor and they go away. They're off to somewhere else, but we have a major rat epidemic in the city, and there's a lot of other things I want to do, and you can't do it if you don't run. If you don't run, you can't win. If you don't win, you can't do anything. But it starts with getting involved, Dan, so I'm sure I'll be hitting everybody up for a $25 donation. Can you imagine, Dan, the maximum donation is $25? I mean, it's, one thing about this, when you run for these very local, hyper-local offices, I just got to say that it is very humbling, and it's a good thing. And that's what I told my family last night. They're like, where are you going? And it was about the storm, and I'm like, I'm going to be out getting the signatures. I mean, this is not, it's not easy. I'm just out getting signatures, right? It's kind of the way it is. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in, 888-480-5646. And so the John Thune does it again. These guys are incorrigible. They're absolutely beyond the pale of deceitful, incorrigible, and self-righteous little weasels. So what they do yesterday is, get this, I put a TikTok out on it. By the way, you can follow me on all social media at JF Radio Show. So guess what they do yesterday, Dan? You're not going to believe this. So they have a meeting, the leadership of the Senate, this is before the funeral for Lindsey Graham, the weasel leadership of the Senate, and these are weasels, right? The so-called GOP Senate Conference leadership. Well, they have a meeting, and they develop talking points for their members. And the talking points, this was reported in the Daily Caller. And the talking points for their members, okay, get this. Here's what it is. They're telling their members what to say if they're asked about the SAVE Act and going on vacation before it's passed. And so they write out the talking points. And here's what the talking points are. Oh, we want to pass the SAVE Act, and we support President Trump 100%. Unfortunately, right now in the Senate, we don't have the votes. So the most important thing for us to do right now is to go back and go back into our states and, talk to our constituents about how we can maybe get something like this going forward. They put this out in writing. Oh, we love the SAVE Act. Yeah, we want to pass it. Yeah, we want to support President Trump. But we don't have the votes. And, well, what about going on vacation? They call it recess. It's vacation. Well, what about going on a 6-week vacation? Well, we really have to get back and talk to our constituents, see if we can build more support. Support idiots are 97% amongst Republicans, 80% against everybody. This is what they put out lying talking points. This is your Senate leadership led by John Thune, and we stand around and do nothing. I mean, the fact that we do absolutely nothing has got to be infuriating to everybody and is reaching a favorite pitch, and even Trump is getting beyond frustrated. Now, there's a couple things I want to call out. Number one, stop telling me John Thune's your friend. Okay, stop telling me you have a great relationship with him, because if you had a great relationship with the weasel, feckless, cowardly, yellow belly, do nothing John Thune, he would be trying to pass the SAVE Act, twisting arms and telling people no money for you. Hey, Collins, you want money? You vote for the SAVE Act or you're gone. You're going to get beat by the communists because we're cutting your ass off. I mean, this is the way, this is old school. All of them. President Trump should go to the RNC and say not another dime for anybody in the Senate. I don't care. What's the difference if you lose the Senate? It doesn't matter. They don't do anything. It's irrelevant. Not another dime until you guys get your ass here and pass it. The fact that they're going on vacation. Are you going on vacation for a month? Do you have a month off, Dan?
No, I do not.
Does anybody in our company have a month off?
Not that
Again,
I'm aware of.
They just had 4 weeks off. Now they get another month, another 5 weeks off. To do what? Oh, we do constituent services. Yeah, your staff does that. You're at the beach, you're at the pool, you're flying here, you're flying there with your family. You don't do jack crap. We're sick of it. And you're going to take the whole thing down. I mean, the Thune is governing the conference to the lowest common denominator. Murkowski and Collins, Tillis, Cassidy, Cornyn. We got to hold the Senate and get all of them out of there. Murkowski has got to go. She has got to go. So the only rhino I want remaining is one, and that's Collins. I'll take it. I'll take 1 out of 53. Not 6 or 7 or 10 or whatever the hell's in there. McConnell gone, another one. This whole thing is becoming infuriating. Now, the other thing that's infuriating to me is stop telling me that Iran wants to negotiate, because they don't. Do you know how embarrassing it is for the president to say, oh, they're at the table, they want a deal, and then Iran goes to the news or on Twitter, they say, no, we're not negotiating, we're winning. We don't want a deal. We win, you lose. Do you know how embarrassing this is? They don't want a deal. Okay, bomb them into oblivion. I think the American people are there. I really do. I think what's driving our numbers down in this war is nobody knows what the plan is. This whole thing, they want to negotiate. They're desperate. They're not desperate. They're desperate when there's riots in the streets and they start killing off leadership from within. That's when they're desperate. Right now, they're not desperate. As long as the IRGC gets fed and gets money, they don't care about their people. You got to keep the stranglehold. You got to take Carg Island. Just take it. We need to do something. And I tell you what, I don't want troops on the ground. I certainly don't want my son to go there, okay? So I'm not talking out of two sides of my mouth, and I'm not a hypocrite. But you can take Carg Island. I mean, we have a huge military. What are they there for? Take it. And take all the oil and dump it in the United States and bring gas prices down to $2 and tell them to go pound sand if they can find any in the rubble. That's what we need to do. That's where I think the American people are getting pissed. Like, do something. Somebody do something. Senate won't do anything. Go bomb them, take Carg Island, open the strait, as far as the Houthis are concerned, go in there and annihilate them too. They don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Oh, they're hitting Saudi. Now the Saudis are finally joined it. Yeah, welcome to the party, dudes. You know what? Join us. You want to end this thing? Win the war. There's no more negotiations, no MOUs. It's ridiculous. Everybody knows it's a joke. End it. End it militarily. Open the strait, open the Red Sea, control it, end it. No more MOUs, and I'm sending my 2 real estate agents out there so they can make real estate deals. They get richer where in fear of losing the midterms. Yeah, I'm sick of the real estate agents being my negotiators. I want people in the State Department that are trained for this. I said Navarro over there, he'll negotiate. Send a Lighthouser, he'll negotiate. You got like real estate agents. In your heart, you know I'm right. Yeah, I'm a little fired up today. You should be too. Tired of this nonsense. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. You want the truth and clarity right here. Sign up for my newsletter at JF Radio Show. Just go to johnfredericksradio.com. Hey, we're going to be right back.
If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
That's how I feel. Damn sick and tired of getting out rebounded. 25 offensive rebounds. First time we block out, we get called for a damn block out. We're pushing people. Meanwhile, they're on the other court grabbing rebounds, going over the top and grabbing them. We get one offensive rebound, the other get called for over the back. We don't block out very damn well, and we're not getting called, one or the other. That's where I'm frustrated. That's where my whole frustration comes in. Offensive rebounds. The entire thing came down to offensive rebound. They got every stinking offensive rebound. We didn't get one of them. What else do you want to know?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
It's just annoying. Let's get to the phone lines. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480. I got your text there, Dan. I got your chat. Yes, it is pretty. I'm pretty hot. There's no because you're sitting here busting your ass every day trying to get this right, trying to get the truth out, and you got these guys going on another vacation, and then they put out talking points to defend their vacation. And they basically lie to you. I mean, this was talking points. Hey, here's your script to lie to the American people. Is that not what they did? Here's what we want you to say. You know how we play these montages and like the Democrats got the memo and they all say the same thing. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, media matters. Yeah.
Right. ABC, NBC, CNBC, all the talking heads say all the same thing, right? The exact same words over and over and over. They get the memo. Right. So their memo is, here's your memo to lie to the American people. Here's your memo to lie to the media. Here's your memo to defend your vacation. We want everybody saying the same thing. Oh, we really want the Safe Act to pass. Yeah, we really do. Oh, we love President Trump. We really want to support President Trump. Well, why aren't you staying to vote? Well, we don't have the vote, so we're going to go home and talk to our constituents and see if we can build support. This is the talking points that they put out. The conference prints them and puts them out and hands them out in a meeting. What do they use? A Xerox copier? No, a ditto machine. Oh, let's do the ditto machine. Unfriggin' believable. And you want to know I'm fired up today? I mean, I'm out there at night knocking on doors trying to run for neighborhood commission, and these guys are going on vacation again. Oh, we're going to talk to constituents. You don't talk to anybody. Not one of you weasels is going to have a town hall. Not one. Well, we got to go and campaign. Well, some do. Too bad. If you pass the SAFE Act, idiots, you don't have to campaign because you'll win because they can't cheat if you had a brain in your butt. Yeah, I'm fired up. It's good to, Dan, it's a good day to lose weight.
Always a good day for that, yeah.
Guess what I got to do? I got to take my lean.
Got to take your lean.
I got to take my lean. I'm the only one that actually takes his lean right on air. So I lost a pound so far. Look, I'm going in the right direction, right? So I lost a pound. I'm 241. That's good. Now this is not an overnight thing. I know this is going to, because I'm out there walking, trying to get signatures. So that helps. But, this is not an overnight thing. If you're serious about losing weight, I got to take all three of them. Hang on. Mm. 10 seconds done, lean every day. If you're serious about losing weight, I don't mean like a pound like I just did. Like you want to lose like 20 pounds, 15 or 20 pounds. Then I urge you to check out Lean, Dan. And the thing that I like about Lean is like, I'm not going to take a shot. It's just not my deal. I know some people do, and I don't criticize it, right? But go to takelean.com, promo code Godzilla. This is doctor formulated, but the main thing is this is supporting your energy. It gives you more energy. It supports your metabolism. It targets your appetite, so you're not eating as much. And the thing is, it evens your blood sugar out. And to me, the most important thing is evening your blood sugar out. So that's what I'm excited about. And it's really inexpensive. And I'm telling you, it's better than this shot. So I urge everybody to that wants to lose weight. I mean, if you're skinny, you don't have to. That's fine. Or if you want to lose 2 pounds, don't do this. Just go walking or something. But if you're serious about really losing weight and keeping it off, because the problem with the GLP is a lot of people I talk to, that as soon as they go off it, and it's something that you just can't do forever. But as soon as they go off it, they put the weight back on. So it's just not something that I'm interested in. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in, 888-480-5646. But go to takelean.com, takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off, takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off, and you're good to go. Phone lines open, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Dan, I want to get to a couple of clips because we have a really good show coming up today. We've got a representative from Kentucky is going to be with us at top of the hour. Mark Meckler, my good friend, he'll be with us at 7:30. Jim Pfaff, 8. Michael Levine, haven't talked to him in a while. He's on at talking about Cracker Barrel. He's on at 8:30, I think. Then we got the Peach Crew, Representative Ogles, former Congressman Bob Barr, and Jim Tully, former congressman. So a lot going on. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in, 888-480-5646. Dan, I want to get to some clips here. By the way, again, serious weight loss that's healthy. Takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, and you're going to get 10% off. I just take it on air every day, so you can see exactly what I do. You see the bottle, you see me taking it. By the way, Dan, our scripture for the day from Romans 12:1. I appeal to you, therefore, brothers, by the mercies of God, to present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship. Romans 12:1. Let's get to Ted Cruz saying that Mandami's a commie, and he said publishing property owners' names makes violence part of the agenda. That's what Mandami's doing. So if you don't like your landlord, if you don't like what he's doing, they publish their names so you can go, beat them up or something. It's called doxing. You ever heard of that? Cruz, roll it.
Yeah, look, this is who the communists are. And the word communist sounds jarring, but that is who these people are. Mandami is not a socialist. He is a Marxist. He's a full-on communist. The DSA candidates that he supported that won in New York are full-on communists. The DSA candidates who won in Colorado are full-on communists. And look, as you know, my family has seen this firsthand. Mm. My father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba as a teenager. My tia Sonia was imprisoned and tortured by Fidel Castro. This can happen, and this is part and parcel of the strategy. It is identify the people you hate and then harass them, threaten them, and violence is part of the plan. That's not a bug. It is a feature. It is the objective. The radical left is perfectly fine with using violence to attack their enemies. They put out a list. That's intended to be a list for their supporters, at a minimum, to go harass these people. But potentially even worse. You remember the United Healthcare executive who was murdered on broad daylight for being a CEO.
Luigi Mangione.
And the left celebrate. You've got idiots with pictures of this murderer on their shirt, idiots getting him tattooed, cheering on murderers. These are the same people that cheered on the Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots, that cheered on cities burning. These are the same people who, in a really sick demonstration, many of them cheered on Charlie Kirk's murder. And these are the people who, when President Trump was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, were lamenting that the shooter did not kill him.
I mean, it's unbelievable, folks, what is going on out there. I don't know when people are going to wake up. I just want you to wake up. I mean, you think about the Marxist takeover, and it's not Marxist. Stop saying this. This is communism, right? Why would you publish the names of the landlords, their names and addresses, so you can do them harm or harass them or get your army out or, be in front of their home with news cameras? Why else would you do this? These are evil people, and they're at the gate. They're at the gate. Here's CNN revealing footage of U.S. forces responding to new Iranian missile attacks. I'm not sure this is compatible with radio, but Dan, let's just see it here for a second. Cut 3, see if it works.
All right, 5 months to the day since President Trump launched the war with Iran, and 4 days since he traded shooting, he said, for the hopes of talking. Iran has answered with missiles, not words. John Berman here in for Anderson, and we have video just in of air defense crews targeting incoming fire from Iran. A statement from Central Command says it happened a bit more than 2 hours ago. Multiple ballistic missiles aimed, CENTCOM says, at U.S. forces in the Middle East. Now, where in the Middle East was left unsaid, but Barak Ravid from Axios says it was a U.S. base in Jordan. Now, this comes about 10 hours after the president spoke positively about negotiations that he said were underway with Tehran, which Iran was denying.
We hear that you're talking right now with leaders on Iran, but Iran has come out publicly and said, we're not talking to the U.S. We're
Well,
going
they
to
just came
pause
out and said we are talking a little while ago because.
So could you tell me who you're talking to, Mr. President?
For some reason, we can be in the midst of a beautiful discussion, and they'll come out and say, we're not talking, or we didn't discuss nuclear. Well, that's all we discussed because they'll never have a nuclear weapon. They understand that.
Now, during that same interview, the president also renewed his threats against Iranian infrastructure if talks went nowhere.
If they don't make a deal, then I go back and I finish the job. But that's going to take them forever to rebuild. If I go back and finish up the job, as some people would like, with the bridges, very easy. I could take out most of their bridges in less than an hour. Less than an hour. But, it takes them 10 years to build a bridge. Bridges take the longest, and power plants are second. I can knock out the power plants. Within 1 day, all of their power plants would be gone. And I let them know that. With negotiations, they said, look, people want me to do that.
So tonight, he has an answer from Iran. Is this their final word? That's one question. The more pressing one tonight is, what will the president do about it?
Actually, that is the question. He talks and they shoot missiles at our bases. I mean, you're all intelligent, right? When an adversary is shooting missiles at U.S. troops and bases, isn't that an act of war? I mean, we have this astounding military. I guess the question is, why not use it? I mean, it's becoming ridiculous. Oh, we're negotiating, and then the next minute they're sending missiles trying to kill our troops because they know every time a body bag comes home, Trump gets closer to losing the midterms, and then they have power, and then they'll not give the war effort any money, and then Iran wins. So Iran is playing a political game. The same thing I would do if I was them. And they also know that, the Democrats are on their side. They know if you're the Iranian IRGC, you know that the Democrat Party and, a portion of America is rooting for Iran to win. They would like to see the Iranians actually win the war, control the straits, the economy crashes, and they win big. So they're rooting for the Iranians, and the Iranians know that. And, all you have to do is turn the news on. Turn on any of the fake news. They know that. So this negotiation, this talk, they want a deal. They're desperate. It's just nonsense. I mean, I'm just sorry. We're not buying it. Here's what we're buying. You say you're going to blow up the bridges, blow them up. You say you're going to blow up the power grids, blow them up. You say you're going to take Carg Island, take it. Do it all in the day and send me an email. I mean, there's too much talking about what we're going to do and not doing it. I mean, after a while, it starts grinding. Oh, yeah, well, that's what they always do. We're negotiating. Who's negotiating? The real estate agents? I mean, I'm a little antsy today. This thing is there's no end in sight, but people understand it if you tell them what exactly we're doing. And so we're getting mixed messages, and that's causing additional frustration. I think Republicans back the war. I think they understand why Trump did it. But now we're looking for, well, tell us what the plan is here. Not specifically, obviously, but, give us an overall view. And if the overall view is, you know what, we tried diplomacy, it isn't going to work. And now we're going to just take them out and finish the job. And what that looks like is our business. And it's going to be very short. Remember shock and awe? Remember they told us about shock and awe? Like they're going to get shock and awe. And then there was shock and awe. So I didn't like the whole Bush thing, but, there was going to be shock and awe. And there was to a certain extent. Well, there's no shock and awe here. So I think most people are on our side are going to agree with me that you got to shit here and get off the pot. You got to do something. And you got to do it fast because the communists are at the gate. Here's Kami Mandami. Now he's open to reparations. So Kathy Hochul is his hostage. So now he's going to give reparation money to New Yorkers and New York City residents only. And he's going to get that money from Hochul, who will give it to him because she has to. Otherwise, she'll get beat by Blakeman. You understand how this whole thing works? Kathy Hochul is Mandami's hostage. Do you get that? Like she is a hostage of the mayor of New York City. The only difference is she's not chained to a chair with a piece of tape around her mouth, but she is a hostage. She can't win if this guy doesn't send in his army or if he tells him to stay home in New York or vote for an independent. She can't win. Blakeman will beat him. So she's his hostage. So she will continue to do whatever he wants. Now he wants reparations for New York City residents paid for by other taxpayers in the state working their tail off. Cut 4. Mandami, the commie, roll it.
If a commission studying reparations in this city recommended cash reparations for people impacted in New York City, would you support that recommendation?
First, I want to say that I stand by what I submitted.
Yes.
It's the truth.
Yes.
It's not a personal assessment. And we often think about slavery and the complicity in slavery as being exclusively to certain geographic areas of the country.
Right.
Here in New York City, we were very complicit. And so I look forward to whatever those findings are. I can't give you an answer in advance of them, but I can tell you that this is critically important because this is also what it looks like to acknowledge what history truly was.
So he smiles and laughs. Yeah, we're getting reparations. Yeah, well, no, it's not just certain parts of the country. It's New York, too. And I've got an army, and I'm going to give everybody money, and I'm going to get it from Hochul, and screw you. This is a movement, folks. Now we're back to reparations. All they want to do is take money from others and give it to their army. Give it to their army. This is the movement in America. Has nothing to do with anybody today. What happened in 1810 has nothing to do with somebody in 2028. But they're going to give them money. Free food, free phones, free healthcare, free buses. Everything is free. Paid for by those that work, and you got to work harder to pay for those that want the stuff. Until we start taking your property because we will simply run out of money. And then we start seizing your property, just like they doxed the landlord so they can start seizing the apartment buildings. Just like Letitia James wanted to seize Trump's properties in New York City. There's no difference here. They will take what you have and give it to their constituents. This is what communism is. And these are just not words to be thrown around. They're doing it. And they're laughing in your face because they have a movement and we've got senators going on friggin' vacation. They have a movement, we go on vacation. And you want to know why we're getting our ass kicked? That's why. I mean, the fact, even if you don't pass the SAVE Act, the fact that you're taking another month off and not fighting every day in there. is unconscionable to me. Unconscionable. And it should infuriate every single one. Every single American. They have a movement, we go on vacation. Yes, Dan, that is the title of this segment. It is incredible. First, they send out talking points yesterday. Here's how to lie to the media about what we're doing. Let's all lie together. The big lie. That's what my first segment was. The big lie. Let's lie together and then all go on vacation. We're just going to ride Trump out. Truth and clarity right here. We're going to ride it out. This too shall pass. We've only got another couple of years. He's going to lose the House. He can't do anything. We just got to ride it out. And once we do, we can get back to what is our comfort level. Mitt Romney, George Bush, Jeb Bush, George Bush II, little George Bush, grandson of George Bush, grandmother of George Bush. Let's get back to the Bushes. Let's bring back Karl Rove with the little chart. See, that's our comfort level. Do nothing, sit in the corner, go on Fox News. Don't do jack crap. Go on vacation. Unbelievable. You know, I'm starting to think, folks, Fox News is complicit. Like to go on Fox News. Has Fox News moved the needle on anything? One time? I'm really starting to think like they're part of it. Like they're part of this controlled opposition. Oh yeah, let's go on Fox News. Right? And they all show up there. They all go on Fox. Reaching who? What demo they're reaching? Republicans over 60. Like what demo? You're reaching young men? No. Young women? No. Movement MAGA? No. Who are you reaching? Althea down the street watches Fox News 24/7. She's in her 60s. That's their audience. If it's on Fox News, it must be true. No, it's not. They're part of the problem. You can't win if you don't fight. I want winners. I want fighters. It's my problem with the Washington, D.C. GOP. That's why I'm running for all this stuff. That's, you know, the whole bit. More about that when I get back. I'm an elected official, and they kicked me out of the, they won't let me go with them to Dallas. So I got to go with Virginia. Thank you, Jeff Ryer. I'm going to open with that when I get back. We're a little feisty today, folks. Are you going on vacation for another freaking month? Ask yourself that. Rob's coming up. Rob, do you have a month off? John in Monmouth County, do you have a month off, John? Another month off? They just had a month off. Now I got another month off. Oh, here, read this. I really would like to support the SAVE Act. I really think it's a good idea. I really want to help the president. Unfortunately, we don't have the votes. So we're going to recess and go home and try to build support with our constituents. Yep, that's what we're doing. Says it right here. Memo from John Thune. Be right back.
Trump calling the late senator from South Carolina a true American original who left us much too soon. Lindsey Graham, described by the president as a force to be reckoned with, someone who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart. A huge search and rescue mission underway on Japan's southern island of Kyushu, devastated by a powerful earthquake.
We've been hearing from Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi and her office, and they're saying the rescue effort is continuing. And she has also pointed out a new danger that she's concerned about is the heat stroke. Around this time of the year, Japan becomes very, very hot. It's about 35 degrees Celsius over there. And there are 37,000 homes still without electricity, without air conditioning. And there are thousands of rescue workers who are working throughout the day without any climate control.
The BBC's Jay Kwan says the quake death toll has risen to at least 18. Cleanup the order of the day across flood-ravaged areas of the Northeast and storm-battered parts of the Midwest. On Wall Street, Dow futures down 128, NASDAQ futures up 42 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline, 800-305-6762. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-305-6762 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-305-6762 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-305-6762.
Jordan's military says the country's air defenses intercepted 5 missiles launched from Iran early today. The interceptions come hours after the U.S. military said it had knocked down an Iranian missile barrage launched against U.S. forces in the Middle East, shattering a brief pause in the fighting. The U.S. military also says it worked with Saudi Arabia's forces to strike sites in Iraq that Tehran-backed militias have used to launch attacks in recent days. All Iranian missiles launched against American forces in the Middle East were intercepted. French authorities ordering nearly 4,000 more people to evacuate from Atlantic coast tourist sites because of raging wildfires. The orders are widening what may be France's largest peacetime evacuation. Meanwhile, the return of hot weather threatens firefighters' fragile hold on a vast wildfire west of Bordeaux. Fire crews held the blaze in check through a calm night. News and analysis, townhall.com. You can add Italy to a growing list of countries taking a second look at atomic power.
Nearly 40 years after Italy abandoned nuclear power following the Chernobyl disaster, Premier Giorgia Meloni's government is laying the groundwork for a return to atomic energy. Officials argue rising electricity demand and energy security concerns require a broader mix of low-carbon power sources, including next-generation reactors. Public opinion appears to be shifting, especially among younger Italians who view nuclear energy as a tool for meeting climate and energy goals rather than through the lens of past accidents. Keith Peters reporting.
Meeting in Washington this week, the Federal Reserve is expected to leave its benchmark interest rate unchanged. However, members of the central bank's rate-setting committee may not be so reluctant to act when they gather again next month. Their meeting next month to take place on the 15th and 16th. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world Past the Wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications, because when the dust settles,
Nobody does it better.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Dan, if you could check that out ASAP, be sure that when you get in, all these are checked, all the news feeds are on. That's the first thing you got to do, and when they're down, we got to get them up. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. Understand some of our stuff is down. We do not know why. Could be a power outage. don't know till we check it out. We got a lot of signals out there. But if you want to weigh in, that's the number. Good to have you there. And look, the bottom line is, if you want to lose weight, I'm going to say this again. I want you to check out. I just took my 3 capsules today. Dan, I want to play this again because I really am starting to believe in it. If you're thinking about taking those GLP shots, lean is so much better. It is so much better because it's natural. It protects your metabolism. It evens your blood sugar out. It doesn't spike it. And it's not artificial. It's not an injection. It's not synthetic. This is natural composites by doctors to lose weight. And I got turned on to this by a couple people told me to take it. And then I called them up and asked about it and became their sponsor. And you can take this journey with me. John in Monmouth County has already lost 15 pounds on it. And he didn't even know that I was sponsoring it. He just did it on his own. Somebody had recommended it to him. So look, if you're serious about losing weight, I want you to go to takelean.com. Check it out now. Takelean.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off. Takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. You get up, you take 3 of these. I just did on air. You drink a full glass of water. You're going to be good to go. It is going to make a difference. I've been taking it now 9 days. I lost 1 pound. That's a start. But the good news is I've got a lot of energy. And it took it's about a week. You're not going to get anything. But once I hit that 8th day, the 9th day today, a little more energy I'm feeling, a little more pep in my step. And so I think this is really going to be good. I'm trying to lose 25 pounds off it. I got 24 to go, but you got to start somewhere, right? Nothing is instantaneous. Now, obviously, you have to combine it with diet and exercise, but it's very, very helpful in doing that. TakeLean.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off, and you are good to go. And it's good to have you with us on the John Fredericks Media Network today, as always. And we're going to get to Kentucky. Now you say, well, why are you going to Kentucky? We're going to get with Representative John Hodgson from Kentucky, Republican, because Hodgkin has found out that Kentucky is red, but they got a Democrat governor. But guess what? We've got all these illegals on the voting rolls in Kentucky as well. These things are they've infiltrated every state, even the red ones. Representative Hodgkins, good morning. Great to have you with us, sir.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
John, give our audience a little flavor of what area geographically in Kentucky that you represent.
I'm on the rural edge of the big city, which is Louisville. And I've been the vice chair of the state elections committee for a couple of years, doing a lot of work on election integrity and election law since I was a civilian. Started an election integrity group back in about 2019. So it's a passion of mine.
Before we get to election integrity, I'm a racehorse owner. Tell us what's going on in Churchill Downs. Is everything good?
Everything's good. We've got a lot of green grass here and a lot of rain, a lot of racehorses growing, and it's certainly the symbol of our state. Between bourbon and racehorses, that's what brings a lot of people to Kentucky, and it's a beautiful place to come tour.
Well, we're going to be there. We're going to be there pretty soon. We got a couple that are probably going to Churchill Downs after the Colonial Downs meet. So be sure that you put your mobile number. I think I have it. No, I have your mobile. When I get there, Ann and I will contact you. Maybe we'll meet, get to know each other. So that should be fun when we get out there. Yeah. So Colonial Downs ends September 7th. I know one of our horses is going to Tampa. He runs on turf, but I think the other two are going from Ellis, right? Ellis and where's Ellis?
Park, yeah.
Is that Indiana?
It's almost in Indiana, but it's in Kentucky.
Yeah. Just the end of Kentucky. They go back to Churchill Downs. So I'll give you a holler then.
Great.
And by the way, my trainer is Mike Tomlinson. Great guy. Great guy. Tell us about voter integrity in Kentucky. What the deal is, John?
Yeah, so I started getting involved in voter integrity back after the 2019 election because we saw some irregularities and didn't get good answers. And I was completely frustrated trying to do open records requests, get lawyers to help challenge elections. I got the big hand of stop everywhere I went. And so started a group, and I ended up getting myself elected to office in 2022. And within 2 years, have become vice chair of the House Elections Committee. So I've had a hand in and a voice in on all the election integrity reforms we've made since then. We've taken Kentucky from what I think was probably a bottom dweller in terms of integrity to probably top 20% in the country. But there are continual problems, and people keep finding new ways to cheat, and we have to keep finding new ways to stop them. So here a couple of years back, I passed a bill that said, if you are thrown off of a jury because you're a non-citizen, that's an excuse to get out of jury duty, then the office of the courts has to send a list to the Board of Elections. Well, we got years they've thrown 3,500 people off of jury rolls for being non-citizens because there are non-citizens here. And I do want to say non-citizen, not necessarily illegal, but not a born or naturalized U.S. citizen. And of those people, more than 350 in the last 2 years have been removed from the voter rolls because they, in fact, were on the voter rolls as non-citizens. I then did a third open records request and delved deeper and found out more than 150 of them had cast votes or multiple votes in Kentucky elections. And that information has been turned over to the Kentucky Attorney General. I'm trying to get some action on it. What's frustrating to me is I think people think it's small potatoes. It's like, well, it's just a few people, but how many non-citizens voting in our election is too many? We've had races won and lost in Kentucky by one vote. We've had statewide elections won and lost by 83 votes. And so we've had more than 150 non-citizens voting in Kentucky elections in the last couple of years.
How many?
More than 150 non-citizens.
I mean, you have no country if you can't even protect your voting rolls.
That's right.
I mean, that's just the bottom line here. John Hodgkin with us. John, representative from Kentucky. What district is that, John?
36, Eastern Jefferson. Right. Yeah.
Representative Republican 36, head of the Voter Integrity Commission in the State House in Kentucky. You've got 150 people that have actually voted illegally, right?
That's
so
right.
People say, oh, 150 doesn't matter. Well, the problem is if it's a local election, like I'm running for a neighborhood commission here, which is a ballot position. This is going to be decided. I got 2,000 people in my district, right? In an off-year election, I don't know, 600 will vote. Maybe we'll probably get a 30% turnout. 150 illegal voters, I lose. You can't win, right? So to say, oh, 150 doesn't matter. Then here's the other problem. 150 of that, 150 today, 150,000 tomorrow, right? Now, Tell us what you guys are doing about it.
So what we've done is I had a law to compel the Board of Elections to publish every month a list of the voters that have been removed from the rolls. And from those cumulative efforts in the last 4 years, we've taken 800,000 people off the rolls in Kentucky. That includes people that have moved.
Wait a minute. Wait, John. How many?
800,000 people off the voter rolls in Kentucky because they've moved, they've died, they've become felons, and 150 of them were non-citizens.
Have they been removed now?
They have.
So you guys, in what time period did you wax 800,000 voters from your voter rolls who shouldn't have been there?
That was over about the last 4 years. It's a very cumbersome process because of the NVRA, the National Voter Registration Act. It makes it difficult to remove people. You have to send them postcards over a couple of years. But through some diligent efforts, 800,000 are gone. And now the citizens can look online. They can see a spreadsheet and see exactly how many people are removed every month. And of course, people die every month. People move, and that's legit. But also people get convicted of felonies. They're judgmentally incompetent. And now we have a column on that report for non-citizens. And we remove double-digit non-citizens from the voting rolls every month.
You're the model, John. Are you guys not the model for the nation?
I don't know if we're the model, but we're a model. I go to a lot of election conferences and people ask us how we did what we did because, quite frankly, I mean, Kentucky was known for years down there with Louisiana and Illinois as being one of the most corrupt states in the union. And we have tried to make our election laws more transparent. We've tried to get the public involved. And my big thing is I want everybody to see what we're doing. Don't just tell us elections are secure. I hate hearing that. Say, people are going to try to cheat. We're going to try to catch them. Here's the data. And that's what we have now. Our State Board of Election now publishes a list of all these removals, like I said, in spreadsheet form. We also have a list out there of every address in the state and how many voters are registered at that address. So if you find the gravel lot next door to your house has 100 people registered at it, you might ask a question. And that's publicly available also.
You know, I love what you guys are doing. And I know you say it's a model, and I appreciate you being humble. I appreciate that. I'm that way too. So I really get where you're coming from, but it is the model because I've not seen this. You know, Stephanie Bohaya told me to call you up. As usual, Stephanie's spot on. So thank you, Stephanie, if you're tuning us in for getting you together. But we have got to platform you somewhere because what you've done in Kentucky should be done everywhere. And the level of transparency you've got, you know, one great thing about being a candidate, like I filed and I had immediate access to the voter rolls within my commission, right?
Right.
So you get, and I mean, in Washington, D.C., as corrupt as we are here, the Department of Elections does a really good job. So the minute you file, you got to get signatures, right? So they send you a spreadsheet, which you log into, right? There's a login, obviously. Everybody can't get that. So there's a login, and you've got every voter, every address, right? And you can click them and check back how long they've been registered, how long they voted, what elections they voted in. And then, you know, I'm knocking on doors and, you know, once in a while you get somebody that doesn't live there and I just report it in. No big deal. But when you're talking about 800,000 on the rolls, and the Democrats want them to stay on the rolls because what? They want to get them to vote or send ballots in the mail?
Yeah, cheating is their operating plan. So we had our previous Secretary of State, and this was 7 years ago, had to be put under a federal consent decree from a federal judge to clean up our rolls because there were so many bogus entries on those voter rolls. And that's part of what's helped us. That consent decree has now been lifted because we've been cleaning things up ourselves. But the Secretaries of State, her father went to federal prison for some election problems. So we had just years and years, decades really, of corruption to clean up. And we still got a lot of work to do, but we're making good progress.
You know, I love what you're doing. And when you're saying this, I'm thinking to myself, how did Andy Bashar win when you took all the cheating? I mean, how did he win that election again?
Well, when Andy Bashir won in 2019, it was a very close election, and a lot of people thought he stole the election and that there was cheating. And I will say, without a doubt, there were a great many irregularities. I had affidavits of people seeing funny things. When I tried to investigate, there was no way to investigate. I did hundreds of open record requests. I went looking for lawyers to bring suits, and no one was interested in cooperating at that point. And that's been the hardest thing about this, because people are either in the camp of saying that everybody's cheating everywhere, or there's no cheating at all, and this is the safest election in history. And neither one of those are true. The truth is, when power and money are at stake, people are going to do their best to cheat in every election. And it's our job to try to catch them. And I think we're doing a better and better job of that. But people continue to find new and innovative ways to cheat.
John, how did Bashir win his second term there?
That was a sad day. You know, we have an off-year election in Kentucky. It's in the odd years, and it was a very low turnout race. And frankly, Republicans just didn't show up to vote.
Why?
Get lazy, get complacent, just weren't excited. And
are you seeing the same thing now?
This is an even year election where we get a lot more attention. The odd year election just has the Kentucky statewide offices, and it historically has abysmally low turnout. And Democrats always turn out because that's their job. You know, wake up, go down to the poll, cast your straight ticket vote, go back home. But Republicans not so much, and that's how Andy Bashir won the second time.
All right, tell me about your U.S. Senate race. I assume you guys are in good shape there, right?
Yeah, we certainly have. We've flipped the registration statistics in this state over the last few years. Republicans have a decided advantage now over Democrats. Booker, the Democrat candidate, is really quite at the socialist end, at the crazy end of the spectrum. And
right.
He borrows a known quantity from the U.S. Congress, so I think he's going to win. I do think we have to overcome that apathy gap because no one's thrilled with our government right now. It seems like for various reasons, and we've got to get people to the polls. Got to show up to win.
So what do the polls look right now for Barr?
I think they're
for Andy
solid in his favor. I don't see anybody, even the Democrats, are seriously projecting that Booker's going to win. But anything can happen if you get a flat tire.
Well, you got to show up, and I think Andy Barr is going to be an outstanding U.S. senator, replacing McConnell. Have you guys heard anything about McConnell?
So he released another photograph yesterday of him and laying by the bedside, and he says he's in rehab and doing better. So I know
you take him at his word.
Our governor is chomping at the bit to break the law and try to appoint Booker to that seat. He can't do it. He'll end up in court.
Well, this is why. This is why McConnell's hanging on, right? Because he knows that Bashir will appoint Booker, and then he'll be the incumbent running and try to beat Barr.
Well,
so
we'll try to appoint Booker. That's actually against state law. State law requires a special election. There are points that could be challenged that are confusing in court, but also the U.S. Constitution said the Senate judges the qualifications and elections of its own members, and they can refuse to seat Booker, which I think they would, because he would have been appointed illegally if that were the case. But Andy will absolutely try to do it if Mitch is not able to complete his term.
John, who's running for Andy Barr's seat in Congress?
That's Ralph Alvarado, the guy that was lieutenant governor for the Republican a few years ago, and a Democrat named Dimbo, who is kind of anti-law enforcement. So I think
you guys are gonna win that seat, right? You're gonna hold that seat.
The toughest race because that's a squishy, purplish kind of a district. It's a little bit urban, so you never know what's going to happen. There's a good many straight ticket Democrat voters. I think Ralph Alvarado is clearly the more qualified, more pro-America candidate. But
is he MAGA?
He's endorsed by Trump. Yeah.
So he was the one that was endorsed by Trump to win the primary, right?
Primary, that's correct. Yes.
All right, good.
And he's been on stage for Trump. I think he was on stage at the national convention in 2016. So Trump's had enough of a look at him over 8 years to know that he's all right.
Well, that's a seat we got to win. That's a seat we got to hold.
Yeah.
And
I
assume the Democrats are targeting that because they targeted it in 2018 with Barr. Barr was able to squeak by and win that. So I assume they're targeting it again, right?
Yeah, I mean that's their best chance for a pickup. I don't think they're going to pick it up. I pray they don't pick it up, but that's their best chance in the congressional races. Everyone.
So I bet you don't know what Andy Barr did in the one big beautiful bill as it relates to horse racing in the state of Kentucky. I bet you don't know that.
I bet you're right.
You want me to tell you what it is?
Tell me, Godzilla.
Okay, it was the most brilliant thing ever. That's why I love Andy Barr as a horse racing fan and an owner in horse racing. So Barr, to protect the state, this is the most brilliant thing I've ever seen, and we kept it under the radar screen. Like nobody said. Everybody was like, "Hey, don't bring attention to this." So what Barr does in the one big beautiful bill is he puts in a provision allowing racehorse owners, when they buy or claim horse, to deduct 110% of it, not 100%, 110% first year.
Wow.
So I go out, I buy a racehorse for $25,000, right? Claim it. Well, I can deduct that first year 100%, right? It's not depreciated over time. But not only can I deduct 100%, you can deduct 110%. You can actually deduct over the cost. Now, why did he do that? Well, he did that in order to encourage more people to buy racehorses in Kentucky, which is really where the majority of it is. So he does that, but it covers the entire country, right? So I'm in, my horses are in Tampa or Colonial Downs or whatever. And so you get that. And then what he did, you can't do that because, that money's got to come from somewhere. So then what he does this was brilliant. So to compromise, what he does is he says, okay, for those that are gambling, you can only claim 90% of the money you lost gambling against your winnings. Wow. So let's say you're out at a casino or something and you win $10,000, right? So, you get a check because it's over $600. They'll give you a check, whatever, but they have to claim that on your income because it's winnings. But then the IRS allows you to gather up all your losing tickets and offset that dollar for dollar. So if you lost, I don't know, $15,000, you can write off the 10. But what Barr did to get the votes on the 100% deduction for racehorses, he said, well, gamblers will only allow them to deduct 90% of their winnings. So you can win $1,000, lose $20,000, but you still have to pay taxes on 10% or $100 a day. That's how we got it through. I mean, because gamblers have no constituency. Like you're betting on MGM or something. There's no constituency for gamblers. So nobody cared. So that's how we got it through. The guy is a friggin' genius, dude. A genius. And he had all the people like me in the business that have platforms to really not talk about it. You didn't want to bring attention to it. The guy's a genius. I can just imagine him in the Senate. As a horse racing owner, I love you, Andy Barr. Thank you for the one big, beautiful bill. I bet you didn't know that, John.
That was a little known fact. No, I do know the best way to become a millionaire in horse racing, which is start as a billionaire.
I don't do syndicates.
It's a very valuable industry.
Look, John, I don't buy yearlings. I don't do syndicates. Yeah. It's very risky. But that is right. Start as a billionaire. But I do.
People love it. People love owning a piece of the horse and being out at the track. And I've gotten out there and got
great, man.
It's great fun.
It's a business. I mean, you just got to do it right, like anything else. Right? A lot of people own radio stations. They don't make any money. We do. Right. It's just a business, right? You got to figure it out.
It's a beautiful sport that employs thousands of people in Kentucky. I mean, there's nothing better than watching the thoroughbreds run out over that green grass in the springtime. It's just a beautiful sport.
Well, John, as they said at the end of Casablanca, John, I think this is the start of a beautiful relationship.
I agree. Thanks for having me on Godzilla.
Hey, it's all about Stephanie, John. You know that, right?
Right.
It's all, at the end of the day, it's all about Stephanie Barr.
All about Stephanie. Yeah.
John, people want to follow you. And remember that Andy Barr story. You'll be able to tell that sometime in a bar.
Right.
How do people follow you?
You can follow me on X at Hodgson4KY. That's HODGSON, the number 4KY. Or also my website is Hodgson4KY.com.
800,000 off the voter rolls in Kentucky. You're the model. But thank you. We're going to be right back. No Mark Meckler. Well, we're good, Danny boy. We'll be right back.
But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Salty. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Salty almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Sol-T. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable.
Hi, it's Tina with the John Fredericks Media Network, and I actually started taking Lean myself last week, and I'm already down 2 pounds. What I've noticed most is my appetite and sugar cravings. I'm usually hit with the munchies around 4 o'clock, so I started taking Lean just a little bit later in the morning, and I can really tell a difference when my normal snacking hour rolls around. Also, I play a lot of pickleball, and since taking Lean, I feel like I have so much more energy. Trying to lose weight at 55 has been incredibly frustrating, so my personal goal is to lose 20 pounds by the end of the year. And there's another reason why I'm serious about this. My last 2 blood sugar reports weren't where I wanted them to be. With the help of Lean, I'm working on my diet, exercise, and weight because I want a much better health report when I see my doctor again. And I'd really like to avoid hearing him say, "You should be on metformin."
The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world past the wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
Favre goes back to pass. He pumps. Now he fires over the middle. Intercepted. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. It was intercepted by Tracy Porter near side to the 40, and John Sullivan runs him down at the 47-yard line. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Looking at that play, he should have just held on to it, Paul. He should have. He could have easily gotten 5 or 6 yards if he would have just pulled that thing down and dove forward.
But why do you even ponder passing? I mean, you can take a knee and try a 56-yard field goal. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, Danny boy, I cannot see that clip enough. I mean, I'm not a Vikings fan. It's not like I hate him. It's not like the Ratbirds. But I can't see that clip enough because the guy's going crazy about why are you throwing the football? Like, just run the ball out of bounds, kick a field goal. You go to the Super Bowl. You got 6 seconds on the clock. You're in field goal range. Like, what are you doing?
I've loved that call for about 16, 17 years. The Vikings were the best team in football that year too.
They were the best team.
I mean, the Steelers had the most unbelievable comeback win against them in 2009. They were down 20-10 with like 2 minutes to go and ended up winning the game in the most unbelievable, improbable circumstances. But the Vikings were great that year, and they really should have gone to the Super Bowl and probably won it.
Well, they were there. I mean, all they had to do.
Just take a knee.
All he had to do. He had 6 yards ahead of him.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been a 48-yard field goal, which that kicker, I forget his name, but the guy had a great season. I mean, that would have been a 47-yard field goal. It's a done deal. The game's over. They win. I mean, why you throw it? And even throwing the ball, I mean, he threw it in the middle of the field. So they only had 7 seconds. And he was throwing like a 5-yard pass.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing was ridiculous.
But the old gunslinger, Brett Favre. That's you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
I guess so.
He I guess at that point had the NFL record for the most touchdowns thrown and also the record for the most interceptions. And just
I loved our last guest, Hodggood. Sometimes you get people on, you don't know them, and the guy was really good. But you think about cleaning up voter rolls and getting 800,000 phony votes off the rolls. I mean, that is an enormous number. And I mean, this is what he said. He said the Democrats are in business to cheat. If they don't cheat, they can't win. This is why they don't want to pass the SAVE Act.
And you're telling me that if that's the number in Kentucky,
Right.
It's not more than that in true blue states?
Right. I'm telling you, that's the whole thing. All right, I'm going to get to, speaking of sports, let's get to Clay Travis here, saying that Fauci belongs in prison over these files. I'm not disagreeing with that. Hey, do I still have Rob on? Or did I
yeah.
I forgot about Rob. All right, Rob, I'll get to you in a minute. Also, just want to tell everybody our new show, Pass the Wire Sports. You just saw the ad for that. Pass the Wire Sports. That'll be debuting on Monday, August 3rd. It's going to be 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 to 6 Central, 6 to 7 Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. Pass the Wire Sports show will launch with John Zaccanelli and John Stanton on Monday, 6 to 7 p.m. So it's going to take an hour Levin, an hour Larry Elder, as we grow our News Talk Sports network. You know, the success, Dan, of the Godzilla Win show was shocking to us. I mean, this thing has grown from basically, the show was camp. My son and I did it as a lark 7 years ago. We had Nate on. It was just like a fun thing to do with my son. And, we bet football. So we just wanted to do a show on a Saturday. And we got together. We had fun. 7 years later, it's grown into the hottest thing we have. And no one knows why, right? Maybe it's Chris Saxman. I don't know. Maybe it's Dan Hobgood. But this thing it's some of the kids we have on. We've given them a lot of them a platform. We have a site, GodzillaWins.com. So we decided to expand that as we grow our sports handicapping division of the company, which is real now. And so that's why we're getting Past the Wire Sports, which debuts Monday, 6 to 7 p.m. We know it's not for everybody. And some people will be missing Levin for that hour, depending on what market you're in. But there's a lot of people that are going to be tuning that show in. And like me, they give picks out, they give analysis, they talk about sports, whatever. And our vision is that basically we're just merging the audience is 1 + 1 = 5. It's basically the way that this has worked for us. So you're going to enjoy that show. It's very lively. John Zaccanelli that runs it, who is running that operation with my son, Jack. John was former minority owner, president, and general manager of the Dallas Mavericks. This guy knows what he's talking about. And very, 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 very astute guy. So that should be a fun show. And that starts on Monday, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time, p.m. across our network. Yes, Frank Zaccanelli. That is correct. Frank Zaccanelli. Okay, let's get to Clay Travis, and then I'll go to Rob in New York. Here's Travis saying, Fauci needs to be in a jumpsuit. Roll it.
Anthony Fauci will have a reckoning and finally realize that he is indeed not a god. Clay Travis, Fox News contributor. Well, tomorrow should be interesting, Clay.
Yeah, Fauci belongs in prison for the rest of his life, and I'm not over it. And I expect, unfortunately, Jesse, that Fauci will take the fifth on everything. His lawyers will probably advise him that because he was such a moron that he had an 1,100-page diary that directly contradicted many of the public comments that he was making, that Rand Paul will tear him apart limb from limb in a metaphorical sense if he tries to answer questions here. For anybody out there like me that is a lawyer, all of this diary is admissible under hearsay exemptions, so he can't hide that way. And I think Fauci is a coward. And as much as I would like to have a moment, as we were talking about on the Clay and Buck show, where you have a Nathan Jessup versus Tom Cruise back in A Few Good Men, where Fauci really goes head-to-head with Rand Paul, and Rand Paul gets him to admit that he's been lying for the entirety of this COVID era. I think Fauci's going to do what he's often done. He's going to run and hide. He's going to use the Fifth Amendment. And unfortunately, I think, Jesse, the message here is you can lie for years to the American public. You can be rewarded. You can flirt with Jessica, Julia Roberts, and all those old chicks that he was, Bette Midler, that he was bragging about interacting with. And there are no consequences. And unfortunately, I think this has destroyed a lot of trust in the American public, right? The reason why people don't trust the government now, I think to a large extent, is because they lied to us about everything during COVID. And many of us, myself among them, are not over it. What they did to our kids, they kept them out of the schools. The fact that they kept people from being able to be around their families unless you happened to be George Floyd. You couldn't protest George Floyd unless you were out there against the police. And let me also build on this, because this ties into Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper, think about this for a minute. Brian Williams lost his job, Jesse, because he lied about being under fire in Iraq. Jake Tapper lied for months. He went to secret meals with Fauci. He said that President Trump was totally nuts. This guy is one of the biggest frauds out there in all of media. And if you ask the average American out there, Brian Williams lying about being under fire like Hillary Clinton did, like a lot of politicians did in Iraq, to me, it's a scintilla of the public shame that Jake Tapper should feel for having secret meals with Fauci while they were telling everybody they couldn't go to dinner with their families for Thanksgiving. This smug guy at CNN was having secret meals, and the fact that he still has a job, frankly, I think is indefensible.
Yeah, hooked into the Biden and COVID cover-up. Jake Tapper seems to be at the center of a lot of it. Good to talk to you, and we will be watching 8:30 in the morning. You can see that hearing here on Fox.
I can't wait.
Me neither.
So he's going to take the fifth, and nothing will happen, like nothing happens to any of these people. So I agree here with Clay Travis on the majority of this. All right, let's get to the phone line. He's been very patient. Sorry about that. Rob in New York. Rob, you're live.
Good morning, John. And
sorry for the hold, Rob.
No need to apologize, because it was worth it hearing your guest from Kentucky, because that's a point I keep making to some of my friends up here, where they're like, oh, why'd you harp so much on Georgia with Fulton County? That wouldn't have given Trump enough electoral college votes to win anyway in 2000. And I said, well, think about it this way. Go back to Florida in 2000. How many votes did George W. Bush get over Al Gore in the end? I think it was less than 600.
Under 400. Under 400.
Under 400. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong. So that's even closer. So that was the point your guest from Kentucky was making. You get into these local races or these congressional districts. So, you're only thinking, electoral college. You got to think about all of these races. Or like you're in a local race in D.C. You get some fraudulent votes in there, you don't win.
I mean,
and that's not fair. That's not fair to the candidates who work it.
in my commission race, when we did the turnout model, we need about 400 votes to win, 400 of what we think will turn out. So if there's 150 people voting illegally, I can't win because they're gonna vote for the Democrat. So I can't win. So I mean, basically, I should just stop now if that were the case here. So you say 150 doesn't matter. It certainly matters to my race because win or lose, this thing is going to be within 2 or 3%. So this idea that 150 don't matter. But then the other problem is, Rob, it's 150 today and it's 150,000 tomorrow, and then in another state it's 1.5 million. I mean, the number doesn't go down; it goes up, Rob.
That's right, and that's why this situation in New Jersey is so serious, because she is doubling down, Mikey Sherrill, and or tripling down. I'm not turning over this. Trump is that. And if you look at the words she's using, she calls them, I think she said residents of New Jersey or citizens of New Jersey. She's some term like that. So she's dancing around playing footsie with their legality of these folks, trying to confuse and muddy the waters. And at the same time, out of the other side of her mouth, oh, well, we're all transparent here. I have my law firm looking at it. I mean, this is ridiculous.
My law firm.
Okay. It is.
I mean, it's like we have my law firm's checking into it. My political Democrat machine law firm that basically, was part of this. We got the foxes in the hen house judging the chickens. I mean, it's ridiculous, without a doubt. I want to get your take on something here. I want to get your take on the Democrat Senator Fetterman calls this guy Abdul Al-Sayed the Pontiac Plantner, running to be the head of the pro-Hamas wing of the party. I don't know what Fetterman is going to do here. I should get him on my show. I really need to jot that down. Every day I forget to email a staff. I'm going to definitely do that today. Dan, remind me of that. I just forgot. Let's get to, I want to get to, what is this? 17?
I think 16.
16.
I think
16. Yeah, let's get to Fetterman on this guy in Michigan and get Rob's view on that.
Senator, you can comment on that the Michigan individual. I didn't even understand what that meant, ogre on a pike. I think you've kind of embraced the whole Shrek analogy. You kind of laugh at that. But I think what he was saying was that they need to make an example out of you, that a Democrat who was elected as a Democrat shouldn't be able to say the things you're saying because you were supposedly elected with Democrat values that you need to stick to. But since when did some of these Democrat values include some of the things you just talked about? So I don't even understand the point that this gentleman was making.
Yeah, I mean, I never worked out in male modeling, yeah, I mean, call me Senator Shrek, whatever. But this guy is really the Pontiac Plantner. And now he's really running to be the head of our emerging pro-Hamas wing here in the party. So for me, politically, some of the things that he said or done are unacceptable to me. I'm not really sure what I've really done or voted for that has offended the little guy so much. But overall, right now, this is a serious game that we're engaging in. And these same people like Bernie Sanders and other people created the Plantner disaster. He was asked just this Sunday. He has no regrets. Yeah, I have no regrets supporting an accused rapist. I have no regrets supporting a guy with a Nazi tattoo on his chest and a guy that roughed up his ex-girlfriends. There's a level of arrogance, and they feel like they have some weird mandate. And I'll stop this now, call it out. And that's what I'm willing to do as a committed Democrat. So I think that's pretty reasonable, and I think it's more necessary if more people's willing to do that.
Well, they're not, because your problem, John, is you're not going to get reelected. So that's why they're not going to do it. So if you run as a Democrat, you'll get beat in a Democratic primary in Pennsylvania, likely 2-1, like 65-35, 68-32. you have no shot. And if you try to run as a Republican, you can't get the nomination because you lose there too, because you vote with the Democrats 85% of the time. So we have no interest in you being a Republican. So the only thing you can do is run as an independent if you want to get reelected, and then you're going to ensure that a Republican wins. So we encourage you to do that. But to say, I've got a right to do it, sure you do. Why does anybody else do it? Because they'll lose. And they'll give up their seat and they'll give up their power. And that's why they don't have the balls to do it. You do, and I congratulate you for that. As a result of that, you're going to be a one-term senator, which is shameful, but you have no shot to get renominated by the Democrats in your whack job state. So there you go. Rob, go ahead. I'll give you the final word on this whole thing.
I mean, I can't figure Fetterman out. I mean, admittedly, I made fun of him when he initially ran. I fell into that Shrek and all that other, jokes about him. But after the guy had his stroke, it's like his brain got rewired. And I mean that lovingly. But I don't understand why he's still with the Democrats, because you put him together with McCormick, and McCormick's not some fire-breathing MAGA guy. But those two guys actually care about Pennsylvania. And you know something? That's important, because we were discussing the other day about how Pennsylvania's electorate is. It's kind of, split, and there's some people that do cross over. So he would be perfect as like a moderate Republican, because there's really no home for him in the Democrat Party anymore. And I don't know what his deal is.
Well,
if I were John Thune,
I respect him because he knows that he's not going to get reelected, and he's speaking the truth. And nobody else has the courage to do that. And the one thing he said, which is the buried lead here, is, why aren't more of my Democratic colleagues that I know believe what I'm saying speaking out, is because that'll end their careers, because the communists control the party. And so you can't get nominated, right? Simple. I mean, that's why they're not doing it, John. You have the balls to do it. You don't care if you get reelected or not. They do. That's the difference. Rob, that's the difference. All right. Thank you, Rob. Kevin in Forest, Virginia. Kevin, you're live.
Hey, John. Thanks for getting me on. The last time we talked, you told me about 3 or 4 congressional seats to watch in the early voting to see how things are going to go as a whole.
Yes.
Now I've got a notepad in my lap and a pencil. Can you repeat it all?
Virginia, District 2, Kiggins. District 1, Whitman. Pennsylvania, Fitzpatrick, Scott Perry, Bresnahan. If you want to add one, which if we lose this, we're going to have a disastrous night, which is the one we just talked about in Kentucky. I don't know the number, but it's Lombardio replacing Andy Barr. That seat is the Democrats are targeting it. I think we're in pretty good shape there, but that would be an outlier if they win that. But if you just take those 5, Kiggins, Whitman, Bresnahan, Fitzpatrick, Scott Perry, we win those, we're keeping the House. We lose them all.
Cool.
We lose them all, we're going to get trounced. Somewhere in the middle, okay. Close. We got to really win. We got to really win 6 of those. 5 minimum to hang on. But probably the biggest one at risk of all of them is probably Bresnahan. Scott Perry on paper is the biggest risk, but he always wins. I don't know how he does it. Kiggins is going to win that race on Virginia Beach. She's a beast. Dude, that woman's a beast. She's going to win that race. But those are the ones to watch. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Jimmy Fab coming up. Mike Levine after that. Representative Ogles, Peach Crew, Bob Barr, all coming up right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Truth and clarity is our message. We'll be right back.
He was a true American original who left us much too soon. President Trump's description of the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Mr. Trump eulogized the South Carolina Republican at his funeral yesterday at Washington National Cathedral. Vice President Vance says that Senator Graham really was one of a kind.
That swashbuckling, infectious laugh, that attitude, that passion that so many others have talked about. Lindsey Graham was impossible not to like as a human being, and of course, as a United States Senator.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, a key figure in America's COVID response, heading to Capitol Hill this morning to testify before a Senate panel. Fauci, who during the depths of the pandemic had declared that he was science. Things heating up once again in the Middle East.
Jordan has said its military managed to intercept 5 Iranian missiles early on Wednesday. The interceptions come hours after the U.S. military said it had knocked down an Iranian missile barrage launched against American forces in the Middle East, shattering a brief pause in fighting. The U.S. military also confirmed it worked with Saudi Arabia's forces to strike sites in Iraq, where it says it targeted Iranian-backed militias. The Iranian strikes come a day after an Iranian government spokesperson said recent U.S. strikes destroyed critical infrastructure in Iran, including an airport tower and several bridges and tunnels. I'm Karen Shamas.
Ukraine says it has hit one of Russia's largest oil refineries, stepping up the economic and diplomatic pressure on Moscow. Today's attack on the refinery, which produces gasoline as well as other fuels, reportedly ignited a fire and sent a half-dozen people to the hospital. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures are down 172 points. NASDAQ futures up 51. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
The Federal Communications Commission announcing a ban on new foreign-made humanoid robots, citing national security concerns. The move mainly targets China, which predictably is condemning the action.
The Chinese embassy in Washington said that China would take all the necessary measures in response to the move. They criticized it as politicizing technological advancements, and it says that basically the US needs to stop smearing Chinese companies and threatening them with sanctions and things. But it's basically another frontier in the US-China tech war which just shows no signs of abating.
The BBC's Nick Marsh. Russia's main domestic security agency says the founder of the messaging app Telegram has been charged with aiding terrorism, been placed on an international wanted list. The Federal Security Service says that Telegram failed to remove channels, chats, and bots actively used by Ukrainian intelligence agencies as well as terrorist groups. News and analysis, townhall.com. The Musk empire expands into financial services.
Elon Musk's social media company X has launched Money, a bank account-like service for users to send money to each other. X Money isn't a new bank. It uses Cross River Bank's technology and services. Currently, it's invite-only and available to X's paying members. Users receive an X-branded Visa debit card for ATM use and can send money in real time to attract customers. X Money offers a 6% yield on deposits and 3% cash back on eligible purchases. Musk aims to turn X into an everything app, entering a market dominated by services like Venmo and Cash App. I'm Julie Walker.
The ex-husband of a Massachusetts woman will return to the stand in her murder trial. Patrick Clancy will testify about the day his now former wife killed their 3 young children. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code Godzilla for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable.
Hi, it's Tina with the John Fredericks Media Network, and I actually started taking Lean myself last week, and I'm already down 2 pounds. What I've noticed most is my appetite and sugar cravings. I'm usually hit with the munchies around 4 o'clock, so I started taking Lean just a little bit later in the morning, and I can really tell a difference when my normal snacking hour rolls around. Also, I play a lot of pickleball, and since taking Lean, I feel like I have so much more energy. Trying to lose weight at 55 has been incredibly frustrating, so my personal goal is to lose 20 pounds by the end of the year. And there's another reason why I'm serious about this. My last 2 blood sugar reports weren't where I wanted them to be. With the help of Lean, I'm working on my diet, exercise, and weight because I want a much better health report when I see my doctor again. And I'd really like to avoid hearing him say, "You should be on metformin."
The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Lace them up and lace them tight. Except if you're in the U.S. Senate conference, Republican conference, and then you get to go on vacation and lay at the beach and do nothing, collect another 6 weeks of your tax dollars paychecks to basically lie to you by giving you lying talking points put out by the so-called Senate Republican Leadership Conference, which if you went to Wikipedia, it would be the oxymoron of all time. There's no leadership going on there. Vacation is their leadership. We're fighting a movement, a communist movement. Of Mandami now going on TV, smiling and laughing and talking about, well, we're going to give reparations to New Yorkers because, you know, their ancestors suffered too. We're going to take the money from my hostage, Kathy Hochul. We're going to take the money from her because she doesn't give it to us. I'm going to tell my army to stay home. And then Blakeman's the governor, so she's got to play ball with me. And so we're fighting a movement with vacation. That's our answer to the communist takeover in the country is for the Senate Republican Conference to go on vacation for another month. After they had a month off in June, now they're going to get another month off in August because, hey, you know, the U.S. senators, yes, senator, no senator. Would you like a hot cup of coffee, senator, or a cold soft drink? Here's your limo, senator. Here's your steak dinner, senator. Are you comfortable? Would you like a pillow? Would you like to put your feet up, senator? And God knows what else the hell goes on in there. They're going on vacation. Then they give, I'm going to bring Pfaff in here, Jim Pfaff. Then get this. Then they put out talking points. Basically, here's the lie sheet. It's what this is called. Here's the lie sheet from your Senate Republican Conference in John Thune. Here's how you lie to the media and to the people. Here's exactly what you say. Well, what about the SAVE Act? Well, we'd love to pass it. We really support the SAVE Act, and we really want to support President Trump, and it's really the right thing to do, but, you know, we don't have the vote. So what we're going to do is, well, why are you going home? Well, you know, because we're going to go home to our states, and we're going to rally the troops to get more support for the SAVE Act. So when we come back, you know, maybe next year we can do it. Really? Well, next year. Next year. Yeah, that's right. Next year, after we shut the government down and do another CR and spend another $2 trillion we don't have, then we're going to come back and do the SAVE Act. But we got to hear what our constituents are saying. Really? Like, we got a poll here saying 97% of all Republicans back it, asshole. I mean, this is where we're at. They want reparations. They're giving everything away for free. They're winning everything. AOC's ahead of New Hampshire. And our antidote to this is a vacation. Unbelievable. I mean, I can't contain my disdain and disgust for the reprehensible behavior of the Republican conference in the Senate. It's absolutely reprehensible. You're going to go on vacation? What the hell have you done? oh, well, we're going to talk to constituents, going to have town hall meetings. When was the last time a senator had a town hall meeting? Like next to never? You're lying sacks of crap. You're all liars. And you're going on vacation. I tell you this, though, if you're going on vacation, if you're really going on vacation, like, our listeners don't have a month. They have like a week, right? 2 weeks if, things go well. They got a week. But if you're going on vacation, you want to be sure you have your medical emergency kit right here. I just got another one because now it's gone. Joe goes back to campus Wednesday. So, he had taken a bunch of stuff. I got to get a new one for him. I got to get mine replenished. This is the greatest thing ever. Every family should have it, should never travel without it, because that's why we never get sick. Because as soon as we feel it coming on, I had a virus coming on about a week and a half ago, feel the sore throat, all that, right? You know how it is. Everybody else is out sick. Me, no, boom. And no, boom. Open it up. Z-Pack, antibiotics, everything is here. No strep throat, no sore throat. 2 days gone, I'm back on the air. Never missed a day, never suffered. All right here in your medical emergency kit. Now, if you want to take a personal day and stay home and recover, that's fine. But why be uncomfortable? Like, why be sick? Nobody likes to be sick. It's gross, right? It's a day out of your life. You could be doing something fun. That's quality of life is your medical emergency kit for you and your family. Coupled with the fact if something bad happens, like you eat the Taco Bell lettuce, you got the antidote right in here as well. So you're not having like 3 days of bombing diarrhea. Just go to TWC and do it now. Go to twc.health. twc.health/Godzilla. TWC, the wellness company, twc.health/Godzilla. Put in promo code Godzilla, get 10% off. twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. You got a QR code right there. Greatest thing for you and your family to have. Thank you. Do it now, because you don't need it till you need it, and then you don't have it, and then you need it. Makes sense, right? Let's get to our good friend, Jim Pfaff, the chairman, the president of the Conservative Caucus in America, based in Washington, D.C. Jim, good to have you with us.
Good to be here. Glad to see you, John.
Are you
on
getting
this
a
wonderful morning where we're feeling so wonderful about everything that's going on in D.C. and our great Republican leaders?
Are you getting a month off? You and Myra, do you get take the month of August off?
I never get to take a month off. It would be nice, I guess, but I got a week or two off this year, maybe, but not at an important time. So this is the whole game right here. I mean, it's just a great. And by the way, I was very glad to see my personal friend, Senator Jim Banks, glom onto this because he's been a great Trump supporter of trying to stop this this absurdity. But listen, John Thune epitomizes all the evil that Mitch McConnell epitomized. I mean, it's what a crazy argument, as you mentioned. We're going to go back and rally the troops. Listen, what rallies the troops, so to speak, if you're going to use that terminology or anything like it, is action, success, accomplishment. Like that's what people vote for, is things you're going to do, not things you promise to do. Listen, I will say this: John Thune is such a weak coward that he doesn't even want to take a risk of duplicating what Democrats did in 2008 and 9. Democrats passed Obamacare literally knowing they were going to lose the House. They didn't know how big the Tea Party wave would be, but they knew they had a very strong likelihood of winning the House. Why? Because they wanted their policy in, and they were willing to take a brief hiatus out of control of Congress to get exactly what they needed so that they could take the next step. And it's no surprise that the DSA people, the Democrat Socialists of America people, are starting to emerge as candidates in various Democrat districts because their policies are literally no different than Democrat policies have been forever. The only difference might be, I mean, I might give credit to Democrats for saying they don't want to get rid of the Senate or something like that. Okay, that goes a little bit farther, but everything that these people want to do is what Democrats have been fighting for decades. And we cannot overlook that this is just a new iteration on the same theme.
What is your level of outrage for the lack of leadership from John Thune and the Republican Senate Conference? I mean, you've been around Washington a long time. You spent a long time on Capitol Hill. Do you understand, Jim, the level of frustration that the grassroots movement has with these people now?
Oh, absolutely. I have pulled my, see how thin my hair is there, John? I'm turning it there a little bit so you can notice. I have pulled my hair out dealing with these people, even when I was working on Capitol Hill. Remember, and I think you remember this, I worked for Tim Huelskamp, former congressman of Kansas. There were 4 people kicked off their committees who were trying to fight to get the budget back in line. It was David Schweikert, Walter Jones, Justin Amash, and Tim Huelskamp. Like, I've been in this fight. I've seen how these people play the game. We're at $2 trillion deficits now. Like, back then we had hundreds of billions and it was freaking everybody out. I remember that Tim and I were having a little bit of an argument about what should the DOD budget be? What should we provide for that? This was in like 2011 or whatever. And we were really frustrated because it was going to go up to $600 billion from about 450, right? And by the way, I see the need for a strong military. I think we need to have a badass military we never use. Don't get me wrong. But the point I'm making is that these numbers are so outrageous and they have no sense of it. One of the big reasons that Republicans could lose badly in November is because the Doge ban got broke up, so to speak. We came in January, Donald Trump did in January of 2025. Doge was riding high. Everybody loved the reductions in government that were going to happen. All we needed was a Republican Congress, which we have, to go ahead and make those cuts. And they weren't willing to do it. They weren't even willing to do it in the One Big Beautiful Bill, which, by the way, had fantastic policy in it. And they gave Donald Trump some things that he really wanted to do and that were highly beneficial for the country. But they didn't hardly make a damn cut. So, yes, the anger and frustration towards John Thune and leadership generally in the House and the Senate should be intense. I give Mike Johnson credit for dealing in the right way with this Save America Act thing. But Mike Johnson even earlier in the year was out there saying, well, you know, it's really hard for members of Congress because, you know, the $174,500 a year paycheck hasn't grown with inflation for over 10 years now. And I just wanted to pull the rest of my hair out. This is the way these people think. They're not thinking about us at all. And we should be angry with them and make them pay for it in some way.
Yet we do nothing.
Here's what I hate to say publicly on the radio or anywhere else. Listen, folks, ultimately it's our fault. We're the ones that vote. Now, I grant we've got an election problem right now because we have funky elections. But you know what? We can still go out and vote. We can still go out and make sure our vote is counted. And get involved in elections, by the way, too, so you can be the poll watcher that's watching them. It does take us, excuse me, the idea of America there are some major principles that America was founded on. One of the major, if not the most major principle that it was founded on is the idea of popular sovereignty. Popular sovereignty is the idea that there should be no kings, that the people should be the king, and that on a very limited basis, they will create a government to do very limited things to be able to secure liberty. That's why that terminology of securing liberty is so persistent in the founding generation. And our government right now, people, this Constitution starts out, we the people, in order to form a perfect union. That's legal language of the document. That's not just some introduction that we read real quick and move on to the rest. No, it's part of the whole thing. We, the people, in order to form a more perfect union. Listen, we do 70% of what we do in the government, at least. I haven't done the actual calculation, but about 70% of what we do in government is not authorized in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. If you want to know why your government's so powerful, well, it's bad enough we've got the deep state, and that obviously causes us serious problems. But the deep state would have no power if we didn't fund them, and we fund them to $2 trillion deficits.
Well, look at Fauci. What do you take? We're with Jim Pfaff. He's chairman of the Conservative Caucus nationally, based here in D.C. with me. Jim, what do you look for today in this Fauci hearing? I guess he'll take the fifth, but you read the diary. It came out. The guy's just a gross little man. He's a lying sack of potatoes, a sack of crap. Just lied through his teeth again, and now this is all coming out. What is going to happen to this guy other than nothing?
I have to argue probably nothing. But here's what's going to happen today. The American people are going to have on display, since Rand Paul's running the hearing, and I know that Rand Paul and Donald Trump had his disputes, but if there's nobody that's been better on the Fauci issue in all of Congress than 100%. Rand Paul.
Right.
That's the guy you want chairing the committee. So, and there are going to be other senators that do a good job, but he's going to be the best. Also, because he's a doctor. Like Anthony Fauci can't say, "What the freak do you know?" Well, I'm a doctor just like you are. So, we already have a lot that makes it very clear that Anthony Fauci is not just a liar. He's a self-promoter. He's there's next to the hyphenated term self-aggrandizement in the dictionary is a picture of Anthony Fauci. Like, if you need a definition of self-aggrandizement, Anthony Fauci's the guy. Constantly worried about his media. Constantly worried. But he knew what was going on. He's not dumb. And I hope part of what comes out is that he destroyed the lives of millions of people with the AIDS epidemic. And with the previous virus that he was working on, he killed people. He's killed millions. That's what I think is going to be seen somewhat today. There are going to be people dispute it, but the man epitomizes the problem of evil in Washington, D.C. The bad news about Anthony Fauci is what he has done has killed millions of people. That's really bad. The good news is he didn't have as much power as the deep state and the CIA and the NSC and the intelligence communities all this time that did even worse to Donald Trump. Anthony Fauci's part, bad as it was a small part of that overall effort to take down Donald Trump. I wouldn't be surprised, and we're not going to find it out today, but I don't mind making the hint. I wouldn't be surprised if we found out that Anthony Fauci himself wanted the virus to go out of the Wuhan lab because he knew it would harm Donald Trump in the elections. I wouldn't be surprised to ever hear that.
Many of us believe that. Many of us believe they knew about this thing and they wanted it out because Trump, got to remember at that time, Trump was cruising the reelection. I mean, he was going to win, Jim, in a landslide.
Big time.
The economy had exploded. There were no wars. Trump was going to win in a landslide and they wanted him out. And the only way they could get him out was by tanking the economy, and they did that. They didn't care about school, education, businesses going under. They didn't care about that. They just wanted this guy out, and this was their pathway to do it, mail-in ballots and, the letters of understanding and all this stuff, mail out a ballot to everybody, cheat, steal, like Biden said, yeah, I'm going to win. This is the biggest fraud in history. They were all in on this, Jim. All of it. We all knew it. The thing was stolen, and I wouldn't doubt that for 1 second, that this thing was pre-planned because Trump was going to win in a landslide and the Republicans were going to gain seats. And there was nothing they could do about it except tank the economy, which they did.
Yeah, that's it. They literally killed people to keep Donald Trump from getting elected. And Anthony Fauci, by the way, I don't know if Anthony Fauci called for the virus to go out of Wuhan, but I am absolutely convinced China did. Right? That's absolutely was in their game plan. And I want to know, we're not going to find it out likely today. Maybe there's something I'm not aware about, but we need to know how much money China gave to people in our intelligence communities to take down Donald Trump. I'm concerned that there is a deep well of treason in our intelligence communities, current or former people from the time who were coordinating with China to make sure Donald Trump could not continue to be elected. I mean, when you know it's bad when on the surface there's that famous Time magazine article, the shadow. It's called. I can't remember the exact title, but it's the shadow effort to defeat Donald Trump. You know it's really bad when the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the unions, which that article lays out, were working closely together to take down Donald Trump. By the way, one of the people doing that was the executive director then of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, who was worked in leadership staff during the Boehner years, right? And these people are so obscene. They destroyed lives, though. Also, there are kids who will never make up their loss of schoolwork. There are families who saw their loved ones die, but they couldn't go to them. The disaster, the economy, the New York City restaurants all over the country that were shut down, small business owners. I watch diners, drive-ins, and dives, and I see closed restaurants all the time that were thriving when he was out visiting them. So this is what these people brought upon us. They destroyed your life so that they could have their little political gain by getting rid of Donald Trump. And we need to take on these absurd people. It's evil.
Jim Pfaff. Sure words have never been spoken, Jim. We agree on this 100%. This thing was concocted to take out Trump, period. Tank the economy, take out Trump. He was going to win in a massive landslide. And so they had to do something, and this is what they did. And they didn't care who died. They didn't care who suffered. They didn't care what kids didn't get their senior year, get their prom. They didn't care about what little kids, can't talk now because of these masks that have destroyed their speech. We have the largest speech impediments now going on in the history of the nation because nobody can see themselves talk. The whole thing is so disgusting, and no one on the left is ever held accountable. And that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem with the MAGA base, why they're pissed. Nobody's ever held accountable, ever. And I don't know where we go from here, but John Thune going on vacation and then handing out a lie sheet. Hey, here's the lie sheet. Here's what you say to reporters when you're asked. Here are the 6 lies we want you to say. People are gross, man. I'm sick of it. Jim Pfaff. People want to follow you, Jim. I got to go. Where do they go?
TheConservativeCaucus.com. TheConservativeCaucus.com.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks.
Mike Levin next.
Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him. Good to have you right here live in Washington, D.C. And don't forget, new show coming up. Pass the Wire Sports, 6 to 7 p.m., Monday to Friday. That debuts Monday, August 3rd. Coming up. Check it out. Just go to johnfredericksradio.com as we continue to grow. And let's get to our next guest, author Michael Levine, Authentic PR, is with us. Michael, thanks for joining us.
Hello, sir. How are you, John?
Good, Mike. Really excited about, I was a great fan of Cracker Barrel. I ate there whenever I had an opportunity. I love their catfish. It's one of their signature dishes, but I was a great fan of Cracker Barrel. There's something about it. The service was great. The food was great. And then we get the CEO that comes in, second only to the imbeciles that cost Budweiser company, right? What was it, like $2 trillion in market cap by putting a tranny on my beer, which I've never had I was a Bud Light drinker. Mike, since they put the tranny on the beer can, I've never touched it. So I'm one of that. They lost 20% of share, couldn't get it back, tried to hire Don Jr., didn't matter. I never touched it again. And that's all I drank was Bud Light. Never touched it. Then I wouldn't go to Cracker Barrel. I used to go all the time. I boycotted that, changing the logo, trying to downgrade, like who goes there. What is the thinking of these people? Why do you turn away your base customers so you can go woke? Why?
Because they love radical ideology more than they do profits. And the adage, get woke, go broke, has been proven now so many times that to deny it is literally to deny gravity. John, it's insane. I mean, what Bud Light did will go down in the history of books as the all-time single stupidest marketing campaign of all time. Cracker Barrel was pretty stupid, but they corrected more quickly. And now the CEO is gone. So this is all the kind of thing that I've just developed in my new book, Authentic PR, which is out by Simon & Schuster. It's an idea that authentic, transparent, vulnerable, honest messages resonate with consumers, with Americans. Tell people who you are. Be true to who you are. Don't apologize for who you are. And if you need examples of people who failed to do that, look at Bud Light. And by the way, when you say you hadn't had a Bud Light in years, millions and millions of Americans have joined you in that effort.
I won't drink it. Michael, I won't drink it. I don't care if it's the only beer they got. I won't drink it. I'll order something
You
else.
won't drink it if it.
I won't drink it.
You won't drink it if they gave it to you free.
That's right. I won't drink it.
How's that? Now,
yeah, I won't drink it.
How's that a path? That's a path to destruction. So the get woke, go broke adage is very, very true, powerfully true. You know it, I know it, and we both said it in front of all your audience. And I'm very grateful to share your audience. Thank you for the opportunity of talking to you, because it's good to talk straight to people.
Well, you know what, Mike Levine, am I saying your name right?
Levine.
Okay, Mike Levine. But you know, when you go to Cracker Barrel, it tells you the power that we have as a group, because we tanked Bud Light forever, right? Market cap, what was it, $2 trillion?
No, $35 billion lost.
$35 billion lost. 20% of their market share. They never got it back. I'll never drink another. And that's all I drank. I mean, I went from 100 to 0. Just out of I'm a football fan, right? I'm a Titans fan, so I get NFL ticket. Think I'm gonna on a Sunday after church, my Titans are coming on, pop a beer with some tranny on it. There's no friggin' way I'm doing that, right? So gone. Then you go to Cracker Barrel, of which I was a fan of, and the problem with that is, they changed the logo, and then I was supposed to feel bad for going there, and then what we did is we organized a boycott on a weekend. And I don't know how it just caught fire. I don't even remember how it happened. It was all over social media. We were pissed. The Cracker Barrel people that went there every weekend like we did, it caught fire. And the first weekend we did that, their sales were down with something like 80%. Nobody went because they were offending their base that goes there. How stupid can you get?
Well, insulting customers is not a good strategy. But you asked a very valuable question, John, which is, why would people do such suicidal action? Why? And the answer is because they are, Trump derangement syndrome is one possibility. Another possibility is that they love this ideology. They worship it. It is a fetish. It is like a burning maniacal rage inside them. And they will abandon any sense of reasonableness or common sense, even in a suicidal way.
Mike, doesn't also show the power we have? Remember when Target put the tranny stuff in the front row, whatever that was, we stopped going there. And then their sales tanked. And then they had to get those out of there. I mean, doesn't it show that conservatives, this is what always bothers me. We're the consumers. We're the ones out there spending, because we work hard, we have extra income, we spend it. And then when you offend us, we got other choices. We're just not going to give you our money. And we've proved that, the far left, they think, well, they can do a riot and they can do a boycott and, they can do that. But they always forget they don't spend any money because they don't work, right? They're not working. We're the ones that have the jobs, that work 2 jobs, that have the consumer base. And when you piss us off, Michael, we've proven we will nail your company by simply not going, Michael. We don't have to have a sign. We don't have to have a social media account. We don't have to protest. We don't have to hit garbage cans with a spoon. We just don't go, Mike. We just don't buy your product. That's the way we talk.
Well, you're right. And there's a lot of consumer spending that is controlled by people who are not loud and not obnoxious. And so if companies insult that customer base, they will pay a price. Bud Light has learned that lesson, I think, and they will learn it for a generation or more. Uh, and so will Cracker Barrel, and so will other companies. But it won't stop them. They'll continue. I mean, Starbucks is a company that has been at the top of the Get Woke, Go Broke list, and they are trying to change their ways now. But I'm afraid they're doing too little, too late. When I go to Starbucks, I'm not interested in a political lecture. I'm interested in coffee, and coffee that's hot and served quickly at a reasonable price. So I think companies are beginning to learn this lesson, and you're 100% right, John. We consumers have power, tremendous power.
That's why Dunkin' Donuts is one of the fastest growing brands in the country, because you just go in there, you get a cup of coffee and a bagel or a donut, whatever you want. There's no politics there. There's no woke. They just hot coffee the way you want it, with a donut.
Fast, quick, hot. That's it.
They serve coffee. I mean, I'm from New Jersey. I just want a container of coffee. I don't want a barista stick. I don't want all the things they got up there, all the sign. I don't want any of that. I want a cup of coffee black. That's it. Give it to me. Done.
Fast, hot, quick. Yeah, you got it. So that's it. You're exactly right.
So you got a book out. Well, let's get to one other thing. Okay, NFL. Remember when they were kneeling on the sidelines?
Remember when wait a second, John. What about when they play two national anthems? I mean, I don't know about you, John, but I like football, particularly the Super Bowl. But guess what? If you play two national anthems, I'm out. It's that simple, And if you have halftime show that is not something that appeals to many Americans, you're going to lose millions of people, and that's what Turning Point did last year. So it's not very complicated formula, but I don't know why. I think ideology rules a lot of people on the left.
Well, and here's the thing. They want to go to the gated communities. They want to go to the caviar, wine and cheese cocktail parties and be celebrated by their woke friends. That's really what this whole thing is about.
I think you're right. I think there's a lot of truth to that. They want to go to the gym and have everybody congratulate them for being more virtue signaling than the next person. And I think you're right. I think there's a lot of self-congratulations.
During COVID, my youngest son's an athlete, continued to work out. I went to the gym with him one Sunday. I'll never forget this. And so, we just go there and, we're not putting the mask on, screw that. And some young guy comes in and he's basically working out in a hazmat suit. I mean, he's got these thick rubber gloves that you would do if you're like an exterminator or something. He's got, they go up to his arm. He's got a double mask on. He's got like a hat on. He's all covered up in like hazmat stuff. The guy's trying to work out in a hazmat suit. We turned over to him. It's like, you're like a clown, go audition at Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey because you fit right in. We started laughing at the guys, like, takes him and says, what are you laughing at? And I'm like, well, we laugh at clowns, right? Isn't that the object of a clown? Laugh. You're very funny. So you ought to be in the, you ought to be in the Big Ten. I mean, that's the way you got to treat these people. But I'm telling you, Michael, I know, when are companies going to get the message?
Well, when they feel heat, they see light. That's what happened to Bud Light. It's what happened to Cracker Barrel. When they see heat, they feel light. People respect wisdom, but obey pain, and the pain is financial. So, we'll see. But I think some of these people have lost their minds. Their ideology rules their mind, their heart. They don't think in any coherent way, which is why you see some of the behavior, both politically and in consumer activity. It's insane.
Will Cracker Barrel get their market share back?
Listen, any company can get their market share back over time, but the question is how much time? You just said, not that you will never drink, you just said not that you don't drink Bud Light, that you will never Never is. Not next year, the year after, the year after, the year after, the year after. How are they going to get you back? They ain't. It's just that simple.
Done.
So, and you talk to a large audience, and you're just saying that in front of your large audience. Oops.
I mean, Cracker Barrel can get me back because I like their food.
Yeah, of course.
And I like their service, and I like going in there, and I like everything about it.
But
And
they've
yeah,
got to demonstrate to you
Yeah.
that they will not insult you or your family or
Again.
like-minded people.
Right.
And if they do that, you'll go back. Period.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll go back now that they finally fired that, nutball woke CEO. That's a
Yep.
clown car. I'll probably go back, but Bud Light, no. That the Bud Light thing to me was so egregious. It was so
Yeah, it was
It was
was
insulting.
outrageous.
right. What other companies are suffering from this in your book?
I can do 100. Well,
Give me
first of
a
all,
couple other examples.
okay, Starbucks. Starbucks at the Get Woke Go Broke Hall of Fame. You got Starbucks, you got Target, you've got millions of yeah, listen, right now, I just saw an ad yesterday at Nordstrom's. Nordstrom's. They had this outrage. They're selling women's clothing at Nordstrom's, and they had a guy dressed in drag selling women's clothing in Nordstrom's. So the Hall of Fame of Get Woke, Go Broke is so large. Now it is diminishing. I must tell you, the facts are very clear. Since the re-election of Donald Trump, the Get Woke, Go Broke crowd went from offense to defense. It's you understand football, offense to defense. So they still exist, but not to the degree they once did. They were marching toward victory. They were on the 1 yard line 3 years ago. Today, they're on defense, friend.
Well, I hope you're right, but we're the consumers, and I'm not a Nordstrom shopper, so it really doesn't affect me. They don't have a big and tall men's department, so I'm out anyway. They could be the most conservative company on earth, but a big guy like me, no shot. So I don't really shop there. But they're going out of business too. I mean, they're closing stores all over the place. So I don't know if you're selling women's clothing. Like, I can't see my wife Ann responding to an ad with a drag queen in a dress. I just like who is the market for that? Like,
the market is
where they represent
wokesters.
0.1% of women, like 100%. Like, what is the market for drag queens modeling women's clothing?
It makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
None. But a lot of thinking on the left makes no sense, but it makes them feel good. So there we are.
All right, Michael Levine, want to thank you. People want to read your book. Where do they go?
Well, Amazon's a great place, and Amazon's a company that delivers books without a woke message. So there you go. Amazon's great. Any bookstore. Simon & Schuster, Authentic PR. John, you're a good man, and thank you so much for allowing me to share your valuable audience.
Good job, Michael.
Thanks,
good
brother.
job. Good convo. Thank you.
Okay. Got it.
Have you back soon. And so you talk about these woke companies, and Cracker Barrel's really one. Mike, thank you. We'll be
okay,
back.
brother. You got it.
Quick word from our sponsors. I'll be right back. Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You know, I really enjoyed having Michael Levine on, and I'm going to get his new book. But I got to tell you this, folks. I mean, we have the power. I mean, you saw what we did with Cracker Barrel. I mean, you insult us. We're just not going to spend any money with you, and we're the consumers. I just get this. This is what I'm trying to explain about our continuing growing the sports division of our company. And we're merging, it's the same audience. The America First Talk audience is the same audience that consumes sports. It's no different. Now, they might not be as intense. My listeners in the morning might not be as intense to watch a pro football game or a hockey game. My hockey fans that follow the Caps or the Penguins might not be as intense to listen to my political commentary in the morning, but they're the same. It's just a level of intensity that's different, if that makes sense. And so that's why we're moving here. But I got to tell you, the football was in trouble when they started kneeling on the sidelines. It lost a huge swath of their audience, and Goodell realized that. And then he put him in the locker room very quietly. And then they tried the double national anthem thing, and that hurt him. You know, people just, they just stop tuning in to football. And they have to scrap that. I mean, when are they going to learn who is their audience? You know, the greatest line ever was when the Steelers wouldn't renew, the Ravens scrapped us and wouldn't renew our contract in Virginia because we were Trump supporters. And one has nothing to do with the other. And I got to finally made my way to the president of the Steelers. I told this story, who said, yeah, we know who you are. Trump voters are football fans. Trump voters go to Steelers games. Trump voters are our fans. Republicans are our fans. Democrats too. But we have no problem. We know who you are. And we know your fan base is the same as our fan base. So we would love to be on your network and grow our partnership. Ravens didn't even have the balls to tell me why they wouldn't renew the contract. I had to find out finally from my liaison, who felt bad that they wouldn't tell me why when we had done such a good job, and she finally just told me. You know, they don't want to be associated. They don't want the network. The president of football operation for the Ravens doesn't want to be associated with a right-wing Trump network. Don't want to be associated. Don't want the co-branding. Who the hell you think is going to your games, you morons? It's like when baseball has Pride Night. It's not baseball fans, like drag queens going to the Dodgers. They're not Dodgers fans. You're idiots. All of you are moronic. But you're basically twisted into this by the woke crowd. And then you want to go to the cocktail party. Okay, very quickly, because I have no news when I get back. We're going to go straight to Andy Ogles when he gets on. So let's play Cut 21. No news. We got to go straight to Ogles. Go.
But you know what? I would argue the biggest red flag that Democrats have, the biggest red flag, look at this. It's apathy, not believing that Democrats can change anything. Because the impacts of Democratic policies on your cost of living, only 41% say help. Hurt or wouldn't change it? The clear majority, nearly 3 in 5, 59%. So, look, these are all the red flags. If, in fact, Democrats can't take back control of either the House and or the Senate, and if Trump can stop them, This is what's going on.
All right, let's go to the news until Ogles comes on. But this is the silver lining for Republicans and why I'm bullish, because the Democrats have no solutions and everybody knows it. Okay, let's get to Let's get to our rejoin, and then we'll get right to Andy Ogles.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Okay, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. We're going to skip the news today and go right to 5th District Congressman Andy Ogles. Andy, thanks for joining us. Big announcement we have. We're just in the midst of acquiring WAKM AM 950, which is right in the heartbeat, right in the center of Andy Ogles' country in the 5th District, based out of Franklin, Tennessee, all of Williamson County. That'll be combining with WENO. That should come online as soon as we get the FCC approval on it, probably about 5 to 6 weeks. We'll be carrying the Tennessee Titans there, as well as Tennessee Volunteers football and Tennessee Volunteers basketball, now part of our Tennessee network. Now, a lot of people said, why did you buy this? Was it because of Andy Ogles? Yes.
That's funny. Hey, well, thanks for having me on.
Honesty is the best policy. If I get a congressman like Andy Ogles right in the middle of my network, damn right I'm going to buy it. Come on, dude. You're the guy. Hey, thanks for being with us. Thanks for making time.
Absolutely. And appreciate all that you do. You know, more and more, if you're outspoken like me, you get attacked by the liberals and the libtards. You know, case in point, we've got this radical leftist group out of California that's literally dropping $1 million against me right now because they don't want me to come back to Congress. But we're fighting along, and here we go.
Now, do you have any primary opposition next week, or are you good?
Yeah, so you actually have leftists playing in Republican primaries. So what they're trying to do, quite frankly, is send a message that if you're outspoken, if you're a leader of the MAGA cause, they're going to target you, not just in your general, but in your primary. So they're going to take 2 bites of the apple to take you out.
So in the 5th District, and your primary is not Tuesday, so everyone knows it's August 5th, which is weird, but it is a week from tomorrow.
It's the 6th, which is Thursday.
Or the 6th, right? Why is it on a Thursday instead of a Tuesday? What was the reasoning behind that, Andy?
Well, you know what? I would love for the General Assembly to adjust our primary dates, but I'll leave that to the Tennessee legislature. I mean, because we have such a late primary, because literally, you know, you get done August 6th, hopefully prevail, but then my general is just a couple of months later, and you really don't have that time to regroup, to reassess your opponent, to fundraise, and do all those things you have to do going into a general election. But again, that's up to the General Assembly. I certainly speak my opinion on it, but ultimately they'll decide.
Andy, now the lines in your district, Andy Ogles, Tennessee 5, changed a little bit. Can you outline to our Tennessee audience what your new lines are, so everybody knows?
Well, first of all, the new district is absolutely amazing and beautiful, quite frankly. But I have my current district is very small, very compact, southern Middle Tennessee. It's just a handful of counties that all touch each other. Now my current district, or the new district, starts below Nashville, goes around Nashville up to Fort Campbell, which is totally amazing. I go across the Kentucky border. I have Reelfoot Lakes. I go all the way to the state border in West Tennessee. Then I go down the Mississippi River, and I have Memphis. So I represent the area, the suburbs of Nashville, and I represent Memphis, Tennessee.
But are you still, how much of Williamson County now do you cover?
About 60%. So currently I have the eastern portion, now I have the western portion. And same thing, currently I have all of Murray County, and now I have the western portion of Murray County. So I do have the largest district in the state, and geographically, just kind of the way it maps out from a linear perspective, I've got a very large district as well. But it's really diverse. I grew up going up to that western portion of the district up there in Obion County. We've taken our kids up there camping, so it's beautiful, beautiful country. Lots of miles to come, and lots of new tires as we proceed because it's such a large district.
Tell us, is the city of Franklin in your new district?
It is. That's right.
Okay, so you got Franklin Williamson County.
In the new district.
All right, so you got Franklin Williamson County. It snakes down, large district. But the good news is you get to talk to a lot more people, right? You get to know the state a little bit better. So that is the good news. But August 6th on Thursday, that's going to be a week from tomorrow, is the Tennessee primary. You want to be sure if you're in the 5th district, the new lines, you want to be sure and vote for Andy Ogles there. Andy, a lot of us are just beside ourselves with the fact that John Thune and the so-called Senate leadership, one, they're going on vacation again, haven't done crap, another month off. Number two, they put out talking points yesterday, basically lying to the media and to the people about why they can't vote the SAVE Act. We don't have the votes. We're going back to talk to our constituents, and then we're going to try to build a momentum, which you've already got 97% of Republicans backing it. The House passes all this stuff. You got a 2-vote majority. What is your level of frustration now with John Thune in the U.S. Senate?
Well, I think like most Americans, it's boiling over. You've got a mandate from the American people to pass the Save America Act, and you go back to the CNN poll where it shows 83% of Americans, that's Republican, Democrat, Independent, black, white, brown, yellow, it doesn't matter, across the board, across the spectrum, people believe that you should have secure elections. And John Thune, it takes leaders to lead, and if he's not willing to step up and put it on the floor and make them take a vote, a tough vote. And look, we've had the talking filibuster historically. So you go to the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65. That mechanism, that tool in the Senate has been deployed to get monumental legislation across the finish line. They have a historical precedent on how to do it. He's just unwilling to.
All right, tell us about the Iranian war situation. President's still looking for negotiation. Instead, the Iranians are shooting missiles at our bases. Now we've got KSA is involved in it. They did a bombing raid yesterday, which is the first time that they've entered the fray. What is your position on the Iran war? Where are we, Andy Ogles, and what do you think needs to happen?
Yeah, so I did a telephone town hall with President Trump last night, and one of the things that was discussed is the ongoing conflict in Iran. And look, the president has tried to be patient. He's tried to figure out a path to diplomacy. They're unwilling to talk. And let's be honest. You're negotiating with terrorists. They're not good, honest brokers at the negotiation table. So I think it's time to just open up a can of obliterate this regime and make sure that they never attack another country ever again.
So when you say obliterate the attack, be a little more clear. What do you want us to do?
Well, I think you've got to target the current regime anywhere that they have any sort of footprint or threshold. And quite frankly, the Persian people want their country back. Now what happened early on, if you remember the protest in the street, the Iranian regime, they killed roughly 60,000 Iranians. They brutalized and tortured women to make an example out of them. And so the people are afraid. And what they need to see or want to see is that the U.S. government, that we take out that Iranian infrastructure. And we know that Iran is the number one exporter of terror in the world. If it weren't for Iran, a lot of these knuckleheads like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, et cetera, wouldn't have any funding. They wouldn't have weapons. And so what we're seeing, or what you see, is this ongoing conflict for one reason, and that is Iran.
So, are you in favor of going in there and finishing the job, continuing the bombing, taking Carg Island?
Bombings, yes. Boots on the ground, no. We don't want another protracted conflict. And quite frankly, it's time for the European, our allies, to step up and assist with this conflict. I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about global peace. When you look at the terror attacks around the world, whether it's Europe or Israel or here in the U.S., it all has a tie back to Iran.
Andy, let me ask you this. The price of gas has gone up again, and it really had the oil has not stopped flowing. So nothing has changed here. Gas was going down, now it's up. It doesn't affect retail gas prices in the United States. The ships are the same level of ships are still getting through. Insurance hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. Is this just price gouging, Andy?
Well, markets like certainty. And so with oil being a commodity that fluctuates with things that are going around, external conflicts, wars, typhoons, hurricanes, et cetera. That's why you see these economic pressures against what we're seeing kind of at the retail side when it comes to gasoline. The other thing we have to look at is, the United States, we need to be increasing our ability to process and refine fuel. And so we're not dependent on, refineries elsewhere in the world. And for me, this is a national security issue, is that, let's make sure we never take another refinery offline. In fact, let's build capacity. Let's get the regulatory regimes that are hurting these refineries and get them, building and expanding sooner rather than later.
Andy, let's get to your NDAA that you sent. You've got the you've got the SAVE Act in there.
Mm-hmm.
What is your position on getting rid of the parliamentarian and being able to put the SAVE Act into the reconciliation?
Well, let's be honest. If John Thune did his job, that question wouldn't matter. I mean, in the House, we passed the SAVE Act. We passed the Save America Act. And then this last tranche of bills that we sent to the Senate before we left, we gave them a third option, a third bite of the apple. And so literally in the Senate, they have a multiple choice, kind of options there as to which one they feel is better or which one do they want to pass. And they're not bringing it up to the table. So no excuses. You can't blame the parliamentarian. You can't hide behind the parliamentarian. Put the dang bill on the floor. Make your senators take a vote. They signed up for this job, by the way.
Right.
Mike Johnson, he puts bills on the floor, not 100% sure whether or not they're going to pass, but he puts it out there, lets us vote our districts, and then lets the dust settle. And so this idea that he's not going to put, when I say he, I mean John Thune, not going to put it on the floor because he doesn't have the votes, then either put it on the floor or get out of the way and let you pick a senator, Scott, Lee, Cruz, Blackburn, Haggerty. Let somebody else do it. Someone who will have the courage to put it on the floor and say, guys, gals, it's time to take a vote.
And talking about taking votes and putting bills on the floor, when are we going to get my favorite bill in the history of the galaxy on the floor, which is the AM radio in every car bill? You've got 300 co-sponsors. I got 60 sponsors in the Senate. We just had a fly-in. When are we going to get this thing jettisoned out of Scalise's top drawer in his desk and put this thing on the floor or attach it to a bill?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but what I will say is that the radio folks have done a great job of coming around our offices and explaining the importance of this, especially from an emergency management perspective. And so I'm almost positive I'm signed on to that bill. But when we get back in September, I'll check on it for you, and I'll come back on and we'll talk about it.
All right, Andy, I want to thank you. I know you're short on time. You've got campaigning to do. Your primary coming up. We need to reelect Andy Ogles, Tennessee District 5 Republican primary coming up. Odd day. So I'm a little concerned about turnout, which is going to be on Thursday. Go figure, August 6th. That's 1 week from tomorrow, Thursday, August 6th. Be sure you write that down if you're in Tennessee in the 5th District, the new 5th. So, I mean, we got a lot of obstacles here. You got a new district. You got a primary day that people don't even know why it's on a Thursday. They're not accustomed to it. You got all that going on, and you got somebody spending $1 million out of state money trying to dislodge you, basically a rhino. So we got to get out, vote for Ogles for Congress, District 5, Thursday the 6th. Andy, thanks for being with us. People want to follow you.
Absolutely.
Where do they go?
Just go to andyogles.com. I'm easy to find on X or Twitter. If you want to support me, go to andyogles.com, and all the links and information are there for you to look at.
And the good news is one of the reasons you're going to win is because of your new comms director, John Carlo. I love that guy.
He does a great
really
job.
Proud for you. He gets back to me immediately. He's a very, very fine young man, very aggressive, but very respectful. Never send him a text he doesn't return immediately. And if you can't make it, he's very honest about it. We try to negotiate a time.
That's right.
He's a fine young man.
Well, I appreciate it very much, and we'll see you next time.
All right, Andy. See you then.
Thanks so much.
Good luck. We'll probably have to have you on primary day. Okay, Peach Crew coming up. Thank you, Andy. And let's get right to the Peach Crew. Let's put them up. We've got, I don't know who's on. I know we've got Sally on. And I tell you what, Dan, why don't we do this? Let's run one ad. I think my camera froze. Let me get that up, do a reboot, and I'll be right back at you.
2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, still can't access my camera. I'll fix that in a minute. Why don't we get right to the Peach Crew because we're running out of time. We got plenty of pictures to put up. Let's just get everybody on. We've got Sally. I think we've got former Congressman Bob Barr, former U.S. Senate candidate, a good friend of mine for a very long time. We've also got Celestine James, Jackie Harling, Holly Kessler, and we have Bob in there.
No, John, Congressman Barr had to jump due to a time limitation. So we have
Jim
Mr.
Tully's
Jim
with
Tully.
us.
Mhm.
Let's, while I fix my camera, I'm going to let Dan handle this, Sally. But why don't you give everybody give us an overview of the big rally that President Trump had the other day?
So, John, yeah, the rally was great. It was held at Wheeler High School in East Cobb. There's been a lot of fallout from it with the Cobb Board of Education. Had a kind of a rowdy Board of Education meeting the other day, and but the rally was great. All of us were there, I think, except for Jim. Holly drove up; she was there. Jackie was there, although I didn't get to see her. CJ was there, and another great, well-run rally. Say that 3 times. Well-run rally, and there were a lot of cabinet members there. It was just really a great time, and great presentation by President Trump. It was very unifying. Kelly Loeffler was there. Linda McMahon was there. Just, Scott Bessent was there, and he did a tremendous job. So I think everybody had a great time. What do you think, Holly?
I thought it was phenomenal. It was great to see everybody. That's one of my favorite things. I'm always talking about that is seeing everybody that you either see on social media or talk to, in chats or whatever, getting to see them in person. So that was energizing. And I thought the flow went very well. It was really neat too to see, cabinet members all sitting there lined up together. I've never seen that in person. And so that was really awesome, to see. And the kids were adorable. I was up behind the stage, so for me, I had a different view from a lot of people, and also got to chat with a lot of children, or young adults, I would say. And I thought it was great. I thought it was wonderful. All the speakers did really well. So very, very proud of Georgia. And Trump, of course, he delivered well.
CJ, what did you experience? How did you enjoy it?
Wow, I was really impressed with the organization of the event itself. So kudos to the Georgia GOP and also to others who were instrumental or volunteers in getting this done. Also, I was really impressed with President Trump, his attention to detail. The flow was just incredible. And as all of the cabinet members stood up and they were able to go ahead and give their report, so it resonated with everyone in the audience. But I want to give a special kudos to Rick Jackson, Tim Fleming, Greg Dolezal, and Brian Strickland. All of them made their case as to why they should they should represent Georgia. So this was a launch pad into the 2026 campaigns. So well done to all involved.
Absolutely.
Sally, how is Rick Jackson now connecting with the MAGA base?
He's definitely got his ground game going, John. There are lots of people involved. I'm sure Jackie can speak more to that. And he did come to the event. He did speak. And I think he is out there to win it, and definitely doing the tours of Georgia and that kind of thing. So he's fully engaged.
Jim Tilley, you've been on the ground. You kind of know what's going on. You ran for Congress. Give us a feel of the Jackson campaign. How is he resonating? We know the money he's going to spend, but you got to get the voters out. What do you see there, Jim Tilley?
That's the biggest thing, John. Good morning, everybody, is getting the voters out. And his campaign has hit the ground. There are teams all over the state. But what we're not seeing is a direct engagement with the average Georgia voter yet. And we hope that comes very soon. We're into 97 days, I think. And that's just like the middle of next week.
Jim, define direct engagement. Like you did a bus tour. I do bus tours. That's direct engagement. Yep. When you say you haven't seen direct engagement, tell me what you mean by that.
It appears, John, that it's an invite-only event, and it is the expected local, I hate to say GOP, expected local personalities that are all attending, not your average Mr. and Mrs. Georgia voter. And that's what we're looking for. That's the only way we win in November.
What do you think of that, Sally?
Well, I think that in Georgia that we still have a lot of healing to do and a lot of unifying to do. And, there have been opinions, there's still legal things going on between Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and Rick Jackson. I think if the candidate Jackson really wants to heal some of the divide, that legal stuff needs to stop. And we need to be able to move on from that. And so I think there needs to be some olive branch stuff going on. I've seen, in the chats, the signal chats, how things like that go. People are saying, well, Burt Jones should reach out. And but the thing is that the primary was so rough. There was legitimate, what I think is legitimate damage that was done. And I believe it's incumbent on candidate Jackson to reach out and heal those divides. Let's be the bigger man. Let's do that because
I mean, he's not done that. Like Jim Tilley said, here we are 97 days out, and he's not done that. Did we lose Holly? Is Holly still on? Holly froze.
We lost Holly there for a moment. Maybe she'll join back in.
Let's get to the Jackster. So Jackie, you're on the ground. You're like, Mrs. District 14 grassroots lady. A lot of people in Georgia are telling me he's just not connecting with average people. Like Sally said, there's still bitterness there with the Burt Jones campaign. There's a ridiculous lawsuit. Why do you have a lawsuit when you've already won? Like, what's the purpose of the lawsuit when you won? Like, why didn't they just drop it, do a press conference and say, bygones are bygones. Let's just campaign together. You still got this thing going on. What is the thinking here?
Well, first of all, I haven't seen y'all in forever because on my vacation I tried twice and my Wi-Fi wouldn't work. So it's so good to see you, John, and good morning, everybody. Well, okay, so I'm not going to speak for his campaign, but from my perspective, boots on the ground, I see him and his campaign reaching out to the Georgia GOP, and I see goodwill, and I see forgiveness, and I see grace with everybody I've talked to. So I think that I think it's going to be okay, and I think it's getting better every day. I see a lot of healing, and time heals all wounds. And primaries are hard. They're always really, really hard because it gets personal because the stakes are so high, guys. Early voting starts. Oh my gosh, it's just scary to think it's so soon. October 13th. We have got the most, and I know we say this every time, but Georgia's future is literally on the line. We couldn't have a clearer choice in who we vote for and support for governor in Rick Jackson. If we've got a successful businessman who will run Georgia like it needs to be run, compared to someone who let Atlanta burn and all the policemen went goodbye. It basically was a purge. So I would prefer not to have the purge be in Georgia. So Rick Jackson, let's go.
Well, I mean, that's a great cheerlead. I mean, get your pom-poms out. Go to the high school football game in August wherever you live, get your pom-poms out and stand there on the sidelines. But you're not really giving us anything. Tony gave us something. The guys are not connecting with grassroots. And someone else said,
well, in my grassroots, he is. So,
Jim, is he there? Is he, wait, is he there? Or is it guys getting paid $50 an hour to knock on your door?
Well, you know what? We're working, he's working on that. And I think that we do have to connect but it's happening. There's a lot being done. And I agree about, I think we need to get them in a room, honestly.
Why doesn't he just do what Jim did in his district? Get a freaking bus and just go out there and make stops and shake hands at diners. I mean, that's what I do, and I'm just a media host. That's what Jim Tully did in his campaign. He drove around in that bus and met people and made a name for himself. And look, I'm running for.
I think that's a great idea.
You just got to go. You just got to talk to people. I mean, I'm running for neighborhood commissioner advisory council here. It's like 2,000 people in my district. So I go knock on their doors to get their signatures. What is bothering you? And they talk to me. I'm not going to get half those people. They like me. They're not voting for me. That's fine. But you just connect. Guy's not connecting.
Well, the thing is, everybody he meets, I agree, he needs to be everywhere because everybody that meets him loves him.
Well,
so yeah, I want to. Everywhere he goes, he makes friends. He's a
go ahead.
Good guy.
Celestine, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Listen, Rick Jackson, when he initially won, he has not reached out to the grassroots. He's been tone deaf, and a lot of the grassroots or boots on the ground feel that he has forgotten about them. We understand that he must go to the low propensity voters. And so he immediately went to College Park. But you must understand the hurt and the pain a lot of people are still feeling based off of that election cycle. And that has not, I think, been clearly understood. Yes, people are willing, they're going to vote the Republican ticket, but there's a feeling out there that he has dismissed them, And that needs to be corrected. So I agree with Sally. I agree with Jim. We have to course correct.
Yeah.
We have, what is it? What are we going, 60, 70 days out? So he's got to connect with those voters.
Days out, but then,
and he's not doing it. There's still people
Sally
who are
nailed it. Sally nailed it when she said it's like invite only. So you go to the fourth size GOP and you invite the all the people in the Forsyth GOP. I mean, these are people that are going to vote Republican anyway.
Yeah.
You got to get out there. That's why I think Tully
Right.
nailed it. I mean, you just got to get out there and like, not, just talk to people. Do like what do they have those neighborhood meetings, right? The meet and greets.
Town halls. Town halls.
Yeah, town halls.
Town
Yeah,
And,
that's a great idea.
Town hall.
dude,
Town
I
hall.
remember when
Yeah.
Brian Kemp was running against what was it? The former lieutenant governor, right? Years ago, before after he got the nomination, and that's what Brian did. And Brian's a likable guy. Went out, and met people, had all those town halls, and anybody could come. And yeah, they'd heckle him, but that's how he won that race against Stacey Abrams. Is he talked to people and he connected, and he still has that connection today. So I think Tully nailed
Town
it.
halls and buses.
So,
Exactly.
so to be fair, John, the Jackson campaign does have a bus. But it's, there's a difference between
Yeah.
conducting a bus tour like you believe in doing a bus tour, which is actually being on the bus and going from town to town versus the bus gets there and then you show up and meet the bus. So, there are different ways of doing bus tours. And, there's a certain, meet the bus. Hello, bus.
Bus.
So there's, I think, meet the bus events, and then there's actually doing the tour on the bus. And as you know, John, there's a certain camaraderie that happens when you actually do a bus tour and you're actually with the people. And at the end of the day, what it comes down to is engaging the voters. You can engage with people at these stops and that kind of thing. But you pull over at a gas station. I mean, I saw it with Herschel's campaign. They actually did the bus tour where Herschel was actually on the bus.
Come on the bus.
He has a well-paid team that could notify the upstream town that he'll be there in 45 minutes.
Jim, you know how many times we've done these bus tours, and I meet more people at the what is it, the Love's gas station getting gas. You just go out there, you just stand by the bus. I probably got more pictures taken of people getting gas on my bus than I do when I go to an event. But when they come to the bus, they want to come on. They want to meet the guy that's in the bus.
That's right.
They just don't want to go meet the bus.
That's right.
I mean, Tully, imagine if your bus tour in the 14th district, if you go out there and knock on a door, where's Jim Tully? Oh, he's not here, but you can take a picture with the bus.
Take a picture of his bus. Wouldn't work in the 14th. Doesn't work in Georgia.
You can't make this stuff up. It is hilarious. He's going to win only because the Democratic candidate is so bad.
Well, John, there's also a difference between doing genuine stops where you're meeting people and going to meet curated crowds. And having a curated crowd is not connecting necessarily with the voters. And people can see and understand what fake is. And to Jackie's point, everybody that meets Rick Jackson loves him and that kind of thing. This was a rough primary. This is the roughest primary I think I've ever seen, with personal attacks. And then you've got the paid hired hitman that is, people think is their, we talked about this before. They think it's their person next door just posting. Well, it turns out that person next door is a paid, political hitman all of a sudden, with the changes really since 2020 and COVID, the way campaigns are run are very different. So the first thing that comes to my mind, I guess maybe I see too much and know too much, is this person posting because they genuinely feel the love from this candidate? Are they genuinely posted because they believe that's the best candidate? Or are they posting because they're a paid social media hitman? And there's a distinction of difference there that needs to be brought out. In that, I can tell you 100%, never been paid by a political campaign, never been paid by a consultant to go out there and be a paid political hitman. If I tell you that I really like somebody, it's genuine. Like the conversations I've had with Brian Strickland for Attorney General, the guy is genuine. I love him. He needs to win. That's one example. Greg Dolezal, I know him. I will, put my stamp of approval on his candidacy because I know him, I connect with him, and I have those conversations. So, these are some of the nuances. And when you have people that are a part of a campaign and they didn't like maybe something that you posted because you held somebody's feet to a fire, then they block you and then they won't return your phone calls. That does nothing but continue the ill will. So there's a lot of, let's lay down the swords, let's lay down the experiences, and let's reach out to these people. And that ain't happening.
Mm-hmm. That's not happening.
I don't think he's going to do it. Is he at the top of the ticket, or is it Collins? Who's at the top?
Collins is at the top running for Senate. Yeah,
he's the federal candidate first.
He's the federal candidate.
He's getting blown out. That thing is a blowout. I mean, if there was any concern to have, look, Collins is not going to win. If there's any concern to have about Rick Jackson, is that the fallout from the top of the ticket. I mean, right now, Collins is getting beat by 8. I mean, this thing is a landslide for Ossoff. I mean, let's just get honesty here. Honesty, the best policy. How does Collins close the gap on this guy?
Well, the conservative ticket in Georgia needs to coalesce. Excuse me. If Rick Jackson has it going on, if he gets it going on, then we have that turnout. We can't fight the evil on the left, and they don't even know who they are anymore. The only way we win is with turnout, and that takes candidate exposure to what I described earlier as Mr. and Mrs. Georgia voter. And until we get there, Collins might not win, Rick Jackson might not win until we touch these voters, because that's where it's at. It's all about turnout. We all know that. That's all we have left is turnout.
Brian Kemp went 0 for 2 in the primaries, Sally. Does he still have any political juice?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how the remaining 6 months are going to go here. One of the things that we have going on, John, is it's kind of a crazy dynamic. We have a lot of people who are against these data centers. In fact, I hate that we lost Holly, because there is a big data center project going on in Emmanuel County. And you have the Republicans that are against the data centers and against the AI stuff and flock cameras. And then you have the radical left who are also against the data centers. And so there is a very odd convergence that is going on the topic of data centers. And that is going to play very interestingly for Governor Kemp and what's going on in the remainder of his term.
Let's get to Brian Kemp yesterday, talking about Kathy Hochul's in New York's moratorium on data centers. We've also had another candidate for governor propose a 6-month moratorium, and let's see what Brian Kemp had to say about that. Cut 24, take a look.
All politics is local, and I think Keisha Lance Bottoms was irresponsible saying that we needed to have a state moratorium on data centers when you have a community like Early County, Georgia, that had a sawmill that was 60 or 80 years old that closed down, 500 jobs lost, revenue lost in that community. And those people are literally begging me to help them get power so that they can build a data center to create jobs, create revenue, to help their local citizens, weather the storm that they're in. So I'm not saying we need a data center in every community that's out there, but to have a moratorium just like the governor of New York did and what Keisha Lance Bottoms is proposing, to me, is irresponsible. And that's not the only area. I mean, Columbia County, their county commission just voted to approve a data center, and they're going to be lowering property taxes in Columbia County, Georgia. So that community obviously wanted that data center. You're seeing the same thing now in Effingham County. So like I said, we're not trying to go around and push a data center in somebody's neighborhood that doesn't want it. But there's a lot of communities that see the benefits of this and want these projects. I'm lined up with the president and a lot of other policymakers that, I have a lot of concerns about AI and some of the things about how it's affecting our children. Some of the things that are very scary when you think about national defense. cybersecurity issues and other things. But I'm more concerned about China winning this race and using all those things against us economically, militarily, and other things. So this is a race that we have to win. We have to do this in the right way.
Okay, reaction to that. Let's get to Jim Tully. Reaction.
Well, there's no doubt that property taxes are through the roof, and the Georgia citizen is feeling the pressure. The General Assembly has attempted to cap and maintain appraisal rates, homestead exemption freezes. I understand that data centers are modern day cell phone towers, and they are going to be a necessity. And I agree with the governor. I want to win. I don't want China to win. A strategic placement, a strategic plan across the state of where they are, what their service areas are, power and water consumption. All that has to be discussed before we start just planting these things all over the place like super Walmarts.
Holly, you want to weigh in? Holly Kessler?
Hi, good morning. I would love to weigh in on this topic. It was just announced we have the largest one in the world coming in my backyard, right here in Effingham County, Georgia. And the whole argument on China, I get that. We don't want China having our stuff, but I find it very interesting that we just listened to the presidential address on China, on them hacking into our system. Then the very next morning, Secretary Mullins comes out. He's talking about the components that are being made in China. My question is anybody thinking about the components that are being made and put in these data centers? So that's one issue. We already have a water situation here with the Hyundai plant. So we're getting a new water treatment facility here to help with the Florida aquifer, help with Hyundai. I mean, it's a mess down here. And then all of a sudden, they make this grand announcement, and the public relations, the PR rollout was a complete disaster. It was a total nightmare.
Why?
It's bad. There's zero transparency. They're doing it behind closed doors. They're not thinking this thing all the way through. They're putting it right next to elementary schools, which is going to be burdensome, between residents and elementary schools, and building another elementary school right next to it. And it's just terrible. I don't know what they're thinking. It's not like we're in Atlanta and there's nowhere else to put it. I mean, we're still country down here, outside of Savannah.
Why was the PR rollout so bad, Holly?
Because they had statements from certain commissioners, but not all the commissioners. They had the education superintendent, Yancey Ford. He was already on board, so he rolled out a statement. There was no communication at all with the public. There was no public input, no comments, no meetings held about it. And then they threw up a website the day before they made the announcement and rolled it out. Local news covered it. So all of the media hit at the exact same time. And then they made the announcement that, hey, at 4:00 this afternoon, we're going to do a meet and greet at the Effingham College and Career Academy, and y'all can come ask questions. And then people get there, there's obviously protests and people holding signs, but people get there and they're talking to county commissioners, and they're all saying, well, we didn't know anything about it. We didn't know anything about it. But yet you have statements already prepared and made that are loaded on the website that was just launched, the night before. So, I mean, basically what it is, they're lying to the people, and it's not a good look. When you do that, that is horrible. Whoever is guiding them on public relations, that was a terrible, terrible way to do that.
Go ahead, Jackie.
So we've got to acknowledge the fact that Americans do not trust our government. We've been through too much. We know too much history. We know what they did to us in COVID, and we've been lied to and disregarded, and our opinion has not mattered except when we vote. So we've got to have the people in charge of putting these things tell us, involve the public in the process, involve us, do studies. We want to know how it affects our environment. We want to know how it will affect our economy and all the things. Involve the public in the process and give us a say in what happens, what is put down the street from us. We're important. People matter. And when we're disregarded and when we're not told what's going on, and that's not important to the people doing these things, we don't like it. And it's not going to go well. We need to involve the public. We need to do health studies, and it needs to be fully transparent process for us to be okay with it. And I wish, but they had people like us advising, like, colleague, what you spoke of, you've got to share facts and you've got to incorporate the public's opinion, because we have a right to a healthy environment, and we have a right to know how things are progressing and be a part of the conversation. CJ, what were
So
you gonna?
let me say something, jump in here real quick to Jackie's point, and then get to CJ on Columbia County. John, here's one of the things that's terribly frustrating for me is, to Jackie's point, we need to be involved in all of that, but a lot of times there are times that they do surreptitious notices, and they do just barely enough to comply with the law. But here's part of the problem. I was at a Cobb County Commission meeting yesterday. We put out notices. It was on the budget. They're proudly touting they're over $4 billion in their budget. And part of the problem is that people don't show up. Republicans are too busy with their own lives to actually show up. So we are the people that are out there on the front lines, and we're trying to rally the troops, and people aren't paying attention. These things happen when people don't pay attention. So, yes, they have things that happen in the dark of the night. And like I said at the commission meeting last night, they already decided they were going to vote on the budget before we ever showed up for public comment. You have to start at the beginning, and you have to be involved at every single level, or you will not be able to make a difference. Because by the time it gets to purchasing land, by the time it gets to all of those points, all the time is done. You have to be vigilant every single day.
That is such a
CJ?
good point.
Ms. James, you wanted to weigh in about Columbia?
Okay. With the data centers in Columbia County, they're in the midst of a lawsuit right now. So there was a challenge in Richmond County, in the 12th congressional district. They are challenging the data centers right now as well. So there was a temporary stay, a 60-day stay, because the people of Richmond County are saying they didn't get enough notice. They were not informed. And so they're taking into consideration the fact that the high water consumption. What about the health concerns of these data centers when we put them in the midst of these communities? So the 12th, we're seeing an organization of people who are saying, we don't want these data centers here. We're not being informed. No to behind the door closed deals. So in the 12th, we are organizing against data centers.
Jim Tully, where are we going with these? Let's bring Tully in here. Where are we going with these? I mean, that was a campaign issue, right?
Yeah.
Bottom says moratorium, like Kathy Hochul. Everybody's agreeing with that here on this panel so far. And Brian Kemp saying no. And now we got him going up in Columbia. There's a challenge. Holly doesn't want him in Effington. I don't know where they're getting the water. Is Bottoms onto something here?
It's a nationwide push. It's the same story where CJ is, where she's talking about. It's the same thing in Paulding. A technology overlay is the sugar and spice and everything nice to choose an area. Yesterday in Paulding County, they introduced a 6-month moratorium. I mean, to Sally's point, you got to be involved in the front to have any competent impact in the back, and not cause all of this uproar in a county commission meeting and everybody looks weird with signs and crazy t-shirts. Data centers are coming. We understand that, but we're very concerned about the size, the energy consumption, water. All of that has to be worked out, and we need to have comprehensive information. They're coming.
So Jim, to that point, my son sent me a text. He is definitely not on the data center plan, because there is a lot of secrecy, and surveillance is a big issue going into the flock camera situation. People are concerned about government surveillance, and that is a big, big, big issue. And so part of what my son's issue was is he went back to a executive order that President Trump signed in 2025 about using federal lands uh, for data center usage and that kind of thing. So here's the problem is that we know that China is all over the surveillance state. They're all over data centers. And if we want to protect America's sovereignty, we need to be in control of our own data. We've got that problem when it comes to transformers. Remember all the
Right.
issues on America not producing its own transformers? We need real manufacturing in America. We need the John Deeres, the Caterpillars, the Eaton Corporation that manufactures electrical components and things like that. We don't want to outsource our manufacturing anymore. We need to reshore as much manufacturing as possible, but we also need to be in control of our own data. So there's the rub. We need to have it domesticated. We need to have it here, but we need to know that it's really American controlled. And we need to know that there's a check and a balance with the government and what the government and these third parties. That's the big concern is third parties that have access to this data and information. And I see this every day in elections. We had not to get off on the election tangent, but you know me. Um, the issue is, the state of Georgia didn't want to turn loose the voter rolls, but yet I could name a half a dozen companies that the Secretary of State releases information to, and some that have had data breaches. So securing the data and securing the process is part of the problem.
So
It's not just
there's just a lot of questions here, Sally, that
Yes.
are not getting.
yes.
Hey, Sally, elaborate on one thing for our audience that doesn't know what it is. Explain what are flock cameras quickly.
So the flock cameras are basically the surveillance cameras that go up. You'll see them. They look kind of like they're on a dark pole and they have like a solar powering component that monitor everything. And the kids are onto this. And this is one of those things, John, that is a crossover with the Democrat, AKA Socialist Communist Party, is they are not for flock cameras, they're not for data centers. And what is happening with the flock cameras in Georgia is they are able to take a human being's face and their body language and basically sketch out a stick figure and monitor motions and movements. They read car license plates. Now, Jim, I can see him smiling. And one of the things is, since he's in Paulding County, there have been instances where flock cameras can be used to solve crimes. So people in law enforcement will say that they're beneficial because they help track down, and certainly if this was anyone in my family, I would want access to that information. The problem is that there have been people that have misused that data. If you have a disgruntled spouse that is tracking the movements of the divorced person, then they have misused that data and information. So it always comes back to the data. In elections, it's data. In campaigns, it's data. And when it comes to motion and activity, it's the data. So flock cameras are able to monitor a lot, and then they can triangulate. If there are maps now that show where all the flock cameras are located, you can triangulate someone's position, their motion, and their activity based on this technology.
Let's get to a telephone call. We got Bud in Georgia. Bud in Georgia, you're live, line one with the Peach Crew. Go ahead, Bud.
I'm going to be really nice today, John. You guys, I hate to say it, but there's a couple on your panel who don't understand why we need these data centers. It's totally to control quantum AI. If China controls it, our country is done, period. You say the Democrats are against it, but they're not. They're acting like they're against it. They're carrying China's water. You might want to Google the Singham Network and find out how many billions of dollars that they're putting into and why they have over 200 groups in colleges and universities. There's one video you can watch. It'll explain all the data centers. In fact, there was a guy, I think his last name was Dillon. He was down in Fayetteville. He was totally against it. And after an hour where Jovan Pulitzer broke down every fact he had and showed him why he was totally wrong, guess what? He's for it now. I'm not trying to push something on you. This is serious. We're in World War III right now with China. We can't even build a transformer here. And this is how they do it. They get activists out there. They say, oh, it's just a molten frog. It can't breathe. We got to cut down. We can't cut down the trees. They got rid of our forestry. They got rid of our industry, and that's how they do it. And if we don't control this, we are screwed. So I get what I'm saying to you guys is you need to educate yourself before you come on here, because you're carrying China's water. I mean, this is no joke. This is serious. And,
I think I
appreciate
made
y'all
the
coming
points you're
on.
making, Bud.
Yeah.
Yes, Sally, you do totally understand it, but it's got to get out there. You can't come on here and say, well, we don't know. I mean, and I want to ask you something. Do you know how much water is used in the pharmaceutical industry, in the coal industry, in the manufacturing industry? A chicken processing plant uses 5 million gallons of water a day. A data center with the technology they have creates 13% plus water. They actually create water, right? They're allotted 5 million gallons, but normally on average, if they use 1,000, or if they use a 1,000 or a million gallons, it would be lucky. But you say nothing about the other people that use so much ridiculous amounts of water. It's pathetic. But yet you're worried about a data center? Are you serious? I'm worried. And flock cameras, I'm so sick of the flock cameras. I love them. I'm sorry. I don't care if somebody knows my license plate number, because you know why? They already know it when I go to renew it every year. Oh, it's the Jews. It's the Jews. I mean, I'm so sick of all this stuff.
I don't know about that.
Somebody on there, Tom, that's an expert.
You know, Bud, it's always the water wars. In fact, the other day I had breakfast with Congressman Bob Barr, and we were talking about water, and we were talking about the water wars, basically with the Chattahoochee River. And, I was watching a show the other day, and we're talking about Apalachicola. And if you remember, we have been in water wars for a long time with Lake Sidney Lanier and the Chattahoochee River and all that kind of stuff. So you're right, Bud. People need to do their research and need to understand more. With the data centers, I kind of got into it with my son the other day because he's like, no, they're all bad. We need to stop it. But here's the thing. If we don't make room for some smart decisions on this, China's going to forever control everything. And we do not need China controlling or any other country. This needs to be domestic. It needs to be with public oversight. There needs to be transparency. And we need to do it in a way that makes sense for American citizens and quit relying, like you said, I mentioned the Transformers already. We've got to be in control of these things ourselves.
Well, the whole AI thing is causing angst to everybody. I had dinner Saturday night with a senior Trump official in the Department of War who was telling us that they're very concerned now because there was apparently one AI machine that hacked into another AI machine and was leaving information for its next generation AI machine to hack into them. So, like they were saying, these machines are basically communicating one to the other, cutting the human element out. And it's hard to get your hands, your arms around this, Jim Tully, but a lot of people are getting concerned. And then I think that was on Saturday night. Monday, I had Bannon on who said the same thing, that this AI thing, if we don't control it, harness it, guardrail it, but understand it, it poses a significant threat to our way of life. Jim Tully, you want to comment on that?
You're right, John. And your one statement, understand it, that goes on to the public side also. They don't understand. To Holly's point, it comes in the dark of the night. Yesterday, we had a beautiful pasture. Today, we're breaking ground for a data center. It seems to be happening so fast. It's unknown. The general population doesn't understand it. To the gentleman that call's point, it's inevitable. To Sally's point, we need to control America First initiatives, America's data, protect America first. And it's going to take some time.
We have to get ahead. We have to get the PR train going.
What is Jackson's position on it? I mean, Bottoms came out for a moratorium. What has Jackson made a statement on it?
No.
But John,
I'm not
he
sure.
has
We need to find out.
on his board of directors for Jackson Healthcare. He has one of the guys from OpenAI, so I'm sure he's well versed on it. And you know, John, this we've known about this. Did anyone ever watch the movie The Terminator? Does anyone remember the term Skynet and Sarah
Yeah.
Connor? We've been here already.
Yes.
People just want to be involved in the conversation.
Transparency.
Transparency.
Marcy McCarthy just told me to go back and watch, what was it, Terminator 1? Was that it, or 2? Which one?
Terminator 1 and 2. Terminator 2 really gets
And
into
2.
it. But yeah.
Right.
That's what
I
she
mean,
said I should go watch.
Movie
Is
night.
that a homework assignment, John?
I got a homework assignment from McCarthy. Watch Terminator 2.
and also watch Minority Report.
Although last night, my son,
Yes, Minority
my
Report
son-
is a good one.
my son, who's home from for rehab for a night, made us watch Dunes. I had never seen Dune. Dune 1.
Dune.
He said Dune 2 is better, and you know they put on it like 7. It's like 2.5 hours. Like I gotta go to bed, like at 8:30, but I wouldn't go to bed because it was that good. So yes, I saw Dunes, but off topic, doesn't have anything to do with it. We'll end on that. Other than the Astros won again last night, which has nothing to do with anything either. Listen, guys, thanks for being with us on the crew. Houston's won 6 out of 7, only 2 games back and 1 game out of the wild card. Screw the Braves. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 a.m. Brian Shirley, Michael Patrick Leahy next.
Thanks.
He was subpoenaed to appear by Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. Democrats accuse Paul of harboring a long-time bias against Fauci. Paul says that what Fauci wrote privately and what he told the country, 2 different stories. Positive and productive is how the U.S. and Israel describe President